Okay, ma'am.
Right.
इसको करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी.
Are my slides visible? And is my voice okay?
Ma'am, slide is not visible, ma'am.
Okay, let me put it again. Share. Okay, sorry. Yes, now should be visible. And I have to close my. Are these visible now?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay, let me see where is the problem. Just wait a minute. I'm trying. I am trying. Share again. This and this. Share.
Yes, now it is visible.
Okay, okay, good. So probably I missed some step. Okay. So welcome back. I am trying to set another thing, which should not actually lead to any discontinuation in the talk. And here I am with that kind of. Just a minute. Give me a minute.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I think I have been able to link it with the other thing. Just one more minute. I'm just trying to check again that it should not. Yes, I'm good with it now, and it should continue and should not have any issues. Okay, so right here. Okay, so now we are going to talk about qualitative research strategies. It can be called approaches, it can be called designs. In quantitative research, we call them designs, but here we call them a qualitative research approach that we will be following, or the strategies that we will be using actually to do the research in qualitative form for anything. It could be like education, could be children, it could be health, it could be medicine, it could be even agriculture. So if we and let me tell you, Creswell is very good. He has written many books on qualitative research. He has many papers as well. So please try to read him. If you find it difficult, then you can begin with a handbook on qualitative research. There is a book on 100 questions on qualitative research. So these 2-3 books are, I mean, in the beginning, you can I would suggest rather start with the encyclopedia and then try to read these books so that you have some idea about these concepts, and then you can move on to reading books and chapters in the books or from the papers. Okay, so he actually suggested that there are 4 to 5 approaches that we can follow, or the strategies that we can follow in the qualitative research. One is ethnography, which actually helps us in understanding the culture, the practices, and the norms. And this we can do using more of observation, right? Observation, which is not the observation that we use in quantitative. This observation could be that participatory, that I am going and living with that group and learning that how they behave, why do they behave the way they behave, I mean the practices that they are following, and what is their culture. Okay, an example is that a couple of years ago, I was also attending, not couple of years, 10, 15 years ago, I should say. I was also attending one such workshop, and they took us to the field work, and they said that, okay, let us do some data collection. And that was the kind of practical that we did in that workshop. And we went to a village, while the research question on our mind was that to know about the breastfeeding practices, keeping their culture in focus, trying to learn about their culture, and then trying to know that what is there in their culture which is a kind of could be a barrier or could be a facilitating factor for the early initiation of breastfeeding. So that is what we were trying to find out. But interestingly, we learned that there is a marriage going on in the village, and we started to, and they invited us that you must come, and we could observe the kind of negotiations which follow during the practices or the ceremonies during marriage, and the cooking which they do, whether and how they relate this cooking with some not only norms but uh, good or bad omens kind of thing, right? So that was quite interesting and interesting for us, and we did collect data on that as well, and try to also know that is there any ceremony or do older women talk about childbirth, breastfeeding practices, and child rearing practices during the marriage, as they do talk about that how to behave with your uh, mother-in-law or your husband, and through songs which are part of their culture. So this is, I mean, that was quite interesting kind of fieldwork for us, and we learned many more things which were directly or indirectly actually indicating that how when we follow the culture, some things, even if we don't internalize them, become part of our life. Although we started with grounded theory, but ultimately it became ethnography, because in grounded theory, mostly we try to do the in-depth interviews or some kind of focus group discussions. Then the case studies, these case studies are not that case as we do it in the hospital setting or maybe in the educational setting, that only one student or one patient is, we have that case study. It could be institution as well. It could be like PGI is an institution. There could be a case study on this institute. Chandigarh is a city. There could be a kind of case study on Chandigarh. There could be a case study on a specific community, okay, or a cultural group. So case study here does not mean only one. At the same time, case study could be on Tata Birlas, okay, because and see the purpose and the convenience. Okay, there is only one Tata Birla. There is only one kind of what we call Reliance. Okay, so how they became so big, or maybe one Baba Ramdev, whosoever is like unique. That is the unique person would be the or the unique institution or the unique city could be the case study. Then it is phenomenological research, phenomena, that we try to understand the phenomena, which means that even if we are trying to know that what is the phenomena that is going on, or the phenomena that needs to be changed, it could be either of the two. And phenomena means that somewhere we are looking into the processes and the practices which are happening linked to only one outcome or one kind of situation. So what phenomena has actually happened in a given point of time at a given place. So that is what we try to record or try to investigate or try to collect data on. Then there is narrative research, which is like more like that somebody is telling me some story, okay, about one's own life, okay. This could be like, I mean, someone might ask that, is it not the case study um, of that person? Yes and no, both. Okay, narrative means is that has been explained to me, whatever the way it was, without me questioning on a specific issue or focusing on. I can ask in between a few questions, small questions, probe questions to know more, but it is quite different from case studies, and that we will discuss in the coming kind of slides. So what are these variations? Probably this will help you understand in the different designs or the strategies that we use in qualitative research. So variations, you can see the first column actually talks about action research, and action research is something more intervention kind of thing, that or what we call in quantitative research, and is the gold standard in quantitative research, is the what is it, randomized control trial or quasi randomized control trials, etc., etc. I mean, that we are trying to develop intervention, okay, and trying to see whether that intervention has brought some change or not. But in qualitative research, we go for action research. Action research means that the researchers take an active role, or generally are in they try to develop their protocol, they collect data, they analyze data with the active participation from the study participants as well, right? So the intervention is not like an expert, as I had shown you in the last slide of my earlier presentation. Not as expert, I am going to the field and telling people to do ABC and then measuring whether they have been able to do or not. But it is like that I will leave it to them, that what is it that they want to do, on what is important issue for them. And we are actually carrying out this study in our school. I mean, in School of Public Health. One of my PhD student is actually doing this study, and it is basically a participatory action research. So and we, both of us, have learned a lot while doing this kind of a research, how difficult, how easy it is, why to go for it and why not to go for it, and all those things we learned through the process, okay. And this was initially, and you can see that how things are different in different fields of academia. So the person in 1946 is Kurt Lewin, and he started with it, and he was a psychologist, you know. I mean, it's amazing that a psychologist who generally deals with individuals is talking about that we need to go to the community, understand their own needs, and try to work around their needs, rather than going with our own pre-notions and own needs, okay. So after that, many people followed him and have been actually improving upon what he gave. Like there is small, Greenwood, Lavin, Reason and Relay. So all these people have used this kind of action research, and we are also using. Probably one day we will be giving something maybe different or the same under the circumstances wherein we are actually working. Okay, so because you see, we are more interested in the locale where we are working. We are more interested in the people. So all this is very important in qualitative research. And let me again emphasize on the point that when we planned this study, our kind of mm, um, the group actually was quite apprehensive. Those who were doing the research, not me in person, but because I was quite confident that we can do it. But the researcher, my PhD student, and as well as the other researchers around us were quite skeptical that if we are not testing them in the control group, the change in the control group, then how can we justify it? And why should we go with the pre and post kind of thing? And you see, when we are into objective reality, we generally think that, yes, it is right. But you see, the other side of this, you have a group where you have intervened, you have given inputs, and there is another group where you have not given inputs. I mean, amazingly, we say that is the best technique, okay, to justify that our action has helped. Okay, and the studies have shown that this is a temporary, very, short-lived kind of change that happens. Okay, it's not a sustainable change. While when we are into the cycles of change, which actually action research tells us that you go to the community, you plan with them, you take action, and then you evaluate it and see where are the gaps and work on those gaps, again enter into another cycle of planning, taking action, and into again evaluating. Is it not better than the one? So we started questioning and also questioning all the researchers around us. Although it was very difficult, it is still very difficult, but we are trying to do this kind of a study, and it is for hypertension in a village. Okay, so it's a long story. I will not deliberate on that, but trying to tell you that when there is a dominant culture, and it is a dominant culture of quantitative research, that we just follow those practices without being critical, okay, without being without looking at what could be the negatives in it, okay, and just keep on following and do not question ourselves or others. Though it's a difficult path, but at times we have to take difficult path as researchers. Okay, then there is a case study variation of strategy, which was actually given by Yin. You can see that he gave in 2009 and 11, and it is in press because this table was prepared in 2011. You can see that. And these are actually studies. As I said, that you might confuse with the phenomenon and the case. A phenomenon, the case in its real world context, that how that case or any institution, any individual, any city, anything for that matter, is actually has undergone that kind of phenomenon to be whatever it is today. Okay, then there is ethnography, and there is difference between ethnography and ethnomethodology. Ethnography generally we use, and it involves a field-based study lengthy enough to surface people's everyday norms, rituals, and routines. Okay, so and it is mostly based on the, as I have already mentioned, it is based on our observations. It could be participatory, it could be quasi-participatory observation, or it could be non-participatory observation. Okay, so when we are working in health and trying to, I did one study like how decentralization in the health system is happening. So I was a quasi participatory because I was working there. I could observe that how they are doing. I was also participating, but certainly was not trying to influence the actions that they were taking. Okay, so that was a kind of study that I can give you as an example. Then there is another strategy, which is ethnomethodology, and Garfinkel gave it in somewhere in 60s, and I mean, still it is being used, although rarely. But anthropologists generally use it quite often, and it is to understand how people learn and know the social rituals, mannerisms, and learn. Here it is learn. Okay, the previous is that we try to know. Okay, we try to understand, but here actually that we are trying to uh, understand that how people learn, okay, and know the social rituals, mannerisms, and symbols in their everyday life and culture. So some similarity, but quite different. Then there is feminist research, which I have already covered quite a lot in my previous slides, because I thought that here I might be having less time. It embraces the perspective that methodological and other relationships embedded, actually often ignored power relations that can affect research findings. Very true. If you ask me many times, I mean, if you go into any feminist meeting, they would say, what is the meaning of history? Okay, can you guess? History is actually his story. So had there only been kings and there had not been any role of the queen in making that kingdom, okay, so they question it, and then they say that whatever the research is going on, say for example on the authorities, we often forget that the role of the other gender is being ignored, and we need to consider that in every research. We also, and not, it is not only feminist, but it also talks about class. Okay, because the power relationship is not only gender. Okay, the power relationship even is there in age. The power relationship is also there in class, the caste. Okay, so we need to understand those power relationships, and we need to actually look into that, how one group is actually contributing to the entire process of change, or entire process of or entire behavior or the culture in a society. So don't ignore that. That is what is the and how to study that is actually the feminist research. Then is the grounded theory, which is being uh, frequently used in health and medical research, very much used, I would say. Um, you ask anyone, everybody knows about grounded theory. At least this is one design, this is one strategy which everyone is using nowadays. Okay, if not as the uh, design or the strategy, but as technique also for analysis, data analysis. Okay, so it was given by Glaser and Strauss, and still is like quite, as I have just mentioned, is used quite often. And it assumes, and our assumption is that the natural occurrence of social behavior within real world actually is best analyzed by deriving bottom-up grounded categories and concepts. So, for example, pain for a doctor could be very different from the pain an individual is having. I know one researcher who did this kind of, followed this grounded theory and tried to explore that how different people actually can explain the same pain differently, right? And that really was very, very interesting. When he presented his findings, it was amazing that how, I mean, with this many times I have heard that doctor know that what kind of pain appendicitis could be, right? Or labor pain could be, right? But really, do we know? Is it that we say that some people feel it more and some people feel it less? Or is the nature of the pain is different with the different people? We don't know. We don't have any clues. And this actually person tried to explain that it is different, it could be different, and we need to explore it a little more. Yes, for treatment purposes, we know that we can follow it and can do whatever we want to do, but it is not true that it is the same for each and every individual. Rather, it might be dependent upon their culture. Okay, this is what he concluded. So then there is another strategy that we use is actually life histories, wherein we collect and narrates a person's life story. We try to capture the turning points, like I gave you example of Tata Birla. Probably we can understand the story of Tata, who is still there, and follow the same, that he can actually narrate his own life history to us, and probably you can find that how a person goes down and comes up, or maybe Amitabh Bachchan, because that always happened. I have read his story a couple of times. So probably, and you can also look at some people write their autobiographies, etc. But as I mentioned, narrative inquiry is very different from case studies and life histories, and it is basically the constructs and narrative rendition of the findings from a real world setting and participants to accentuate a sense of being there. So how I treat myself and has written about myself, okay, under the given circumstances, is basically the narrative about myself under the given circumstances, which again could be from the autobiographies, or maybe some written narratives about oneself, or the circumstances, etc. Okay, the participant observer, actually it is a field-based again research, and researcher tries to observe what is happening at the local level under the given circumstances. Then there is phenomenological strategy, which we generally follow, and Shoes and Hustle has given it, and it is somewhere, it emerged in 1970s. I remember when I was learning about it, I found it a bit difficult, because lot of conceptual clarity was needed at that time, but it has quite grown quite big nowadays. So what is it? It is actually we try to relate with the human events, the way these will be actually experienced now in the real world setting. So resisting prior categories and concepts that might distort the experiential actually basis for understanding the events. Like I have a past, I have the present. Okay, so probably I will try to see the past in the real world setting, which is today. Okay, not that I am trying to relate it with the past. Okay, the circumstances of past. So these are some of the variations in qualitative research, which are strategies we can call approaches and designs. Okay, but there is one design action research which is more of which is quite close to the intervention research, which we generally do in public health and in community medicine, I should say. So these are the qualitative traditions, and this is how we use the different designs. Okay, so if we look at the narrative, probably we will go more for the focus, exploring the life of an individual. Okay, the focus will be basically, these are the dimensions that our focus will be like more on exploring the life of an individual. But if we are doing phenomenology, then we will try to understand the essence of experiences about a phenomenon. Okay, and if we are doing grounded theory, then probably we will be doing the trying to develop the theory based on the experiences of that individual. Then if we are going for ethnography, then we will try to understand the culture or the social group to which a person belongs to, social or economic group. I would not ignore the feminist approach here or the critical approach here. So, and how we try to do that. Then, sorry. Then is the case study. It is actually, we go in depth into one single case. These could be multiple cases, but understanding is about the going in depth. Okay, quite focused, but trying to capture as much as we can. Okay, so that is the case study approach, but our focus will remain on keeping it as deep as possible. Then, if we look at the data collection after focus, then data collection could narrate for narrative. It could be the documents, as I mentioned, and it could be also primary interviews. In phenomenology, these will be long interviews with up to 10 people, not more than 10. But for grounded theory, when we are doing it, we believe that 20 to 30 individuals are good enough for going for in-depth interviews, because we can have saturation of data. And once I tried and could realize that we can cover all the groups, okay, all sorts of groups in 20 to 30. Say, for example, if I have to take care of gender, socioeconomic status, caste, and other variables that we generally use in quantitative research, I could realize that it just goes up to 30 maximum. Okay, and that's the whole story. And I found it quite amazing that how it has happened. Then ethnography, primarily it is observations, but yes, we can have some interviews to actually capture something which we have not been able to observe. Then for case study, these could be multiple sources. These could be, we can use documents, archival records, and interviews, observations, and physical artifacts. So case study is not only one thing, but it requires many things, because the case is developed with the help of many other factors and sources. So data analysis is again different in all these stories, epiphanies, historical content is in narratives, phenomenology, statements, meanings, meaning themes, general description of the experience. I'm not going into the details. We can go probably in the next, but the maximum times used is basically grounded theory, because it is very close to quantitative, and people working in health and in medicine, they find it very, very easy to use and find it very useful actually. Because somewhere grounded theory, many of the people, I mean researchers feel, the pure qualitative researchers feel that grounded theory is basically a mix of that it is something like that we have collected data qualitatively, but we are ultimately taking it to the quantitative. Okay, so it is open coding, there could be axial coding, and then selective coding and conditional matrix we draw. So, but we use it because we find it, because somewhere in our mindset, those numbers and kind of, even if we are going with words, are stuck that we have to have kind of variables and explain them. But ethnography, but in all others, it is the rich description which matters. It is not the coding that matters. In all other strategies that we use, it is the description, it is the interpretation that matters. Okay. Do these interpretations come from themes? Yes, they come from themes. And this coding which is there in grounded theory, where we are able to justify that grounded theory is actually, this analysis is also qualitative analysis. Actually, this coding is basically the themes. We are naming it code for our, say for example, for our, and I feel that it is for our own understanding that we call them coding, or it has been put it as coding, but those are the themes. The themes means that we have specific responses, okay, specific responses that need our attention, which have been repeatedly used. Okay, so that's why either we put it under coding or themes, and try to explore and explain them. Then in narrative form, again, it is a detailed picture of an individual's life. So description is the key and the essence. It could be theory or theoretical model in the grounded theory, but in phenomenology, it is more of the essence. Okay. In ethnography, it is basically we are trying to describe again the cultural behavior of a group or an individual, and in in-depth case study, the narrative form could be the case or the cases, but it will be explaining, which I have just mentioned, something which we have collected when we were dealing with the data collection. Okay. What should we consider for designing qualitative research? So the first thing is, and very, very important, which I started with, is the philosophical assumption. These philosophical assumptions are important to be clarified right in the beginning of the research, so that it not only for the qualitative research, I would say for all the approaches that we are planning to use, because unless until we are clear here, we will not be able to do anything, whether it's qualitative, quantitative, or mixed. Okay, so the philosophical assumptions could be my pragmatic realism, which means that I have already discussed. It could be a mix of the two, that I could be positive for some time and positivist for some time, and then constructivist, and then trying to relate, and it's all that it is happening in my mind. Okay, but pragmatic realism actually makes me more open to answer the research questions. Okay, which means that I am not going away from the reality. I am grounded. I know that people behave differently in under different circumstances, and I need to understand them. But at the same time, I am quite pragmatic. I could be critical as well. Okay, so if I look at myself, probably I am a critical realist. So I do critically review the conditions and in which the people behave. Okay, but pragmatic could be that yes, I need to understand both, and I to try to put things together. Okay, it could be descriptive, interpretative only, which we generally do without falling into the categories of realism or pragmatism or criticality, etc. Okay, I could be positivist, as I have already discussed. I don't think that I need to go more in details, because I think unless you will read it, you will not be able to understand. Or I should have one day spent on all these. Okay, but yes, for the beginning, understanding these I mean, realizing that these are the philosophies which happen, which are there on our minds, but we are not paying any attention to them, is important for a researcher. We need to think through, we need to understand ourselves, that from where are we and what is it, what is our own understanding about life and our own understanding about the realities of life. And it will determine our research approaches, like we can go for retrospective, longitudinal, case study, snapshot, etc., etc. There are many more. These are some examples. Then this will also discuss and determine our data collection methods, as I have shown you in that table. I have projected it in the earlier table. And also the data analysis approaches, like it could be applied thematic analysis, grounded theory, ethnographic, content analysis. It could be written record, policy or technical report, book, journal, and article. This is how we present it. Written record means that how will we present it. Analysis, all of us understand, and data collection. This is the process that we go through when we are designing our qualitative research. Okay. So this is another example that we move from the philosophy to methodology and then to methods. Okay, so these are the components of research design, that we need to understand our philosophy. Somewhere it is mixed up with the methodology, because there is a common area between the two. There is a common area between the methods and methodology, right? So for example, what will be the suitable fit if we look at it. So methodology is grounded theory, method is like in-depth interview, and philosophy is pragmatism or constructionism, right? So this is how we actually decide about the research design, which is very, very different from the research design that we have learned in quantitative research. These are some of the basic designs which I have already mentioned, but as the researchers are coming in and are critically reviewing that how we are moving with the designs in research, quantitative research. So if I look at Flick, which is who has really contributed to the designs of qualitative research, has actually given these 4 kind of designs, which are longitudinal study, case study, comparative study, and retrospective study, even for qualitative. So you can see that in between there are, if we are going for case study, it is not only one case of individual, okay? It could be individuals, it could be institution, it could be phenomenon. And if we are talking about retrospective study, it could be like biographies or narratives which are available to us. If we are going for longitudinal study, it could be ethnography. So these designs are not mutually exclusive, and we can actually have n number of examples for that. And here the example is that instrumental case study, or it could at the same time it could be retrospective, that we are using we are trying to know about a case which will be again a retrospective, because the case may not be in the present only. So just to explain it a little more, and it has been taken from again Dr. Chakrapani's study, and he will be probably may deal tomorrow as well. If we look at the case study methodology, especially instrumental approach was used. So what is instrumental case study? It means that even though the case by itself is unique, it is studied in depth to understand and gain insight on what led to state government to focus its attention on a traditionally neglected, marginalized population. Why we started working on TG population? So that was the question. And to create a body to address their issues. Okay, and what good practices can be extracted from this case. So you see, it is instrumental, it is retrospective, it is also case. So you can see that there is a mix of all these 3 designs. So that's why we call them either the strategies or the designs or the approaches. So looking at further, it has been explained with the help of the diagram. You can see that the qualitative methods which were used was the key informant interviews, which were 23, 4 focus group discussions where 20 participants have actually participated. They also reviewed some of the documents, okay, which will be like retrospective, okay, and then both were synthesized to draw inferences, okay, so that we can answer the research question. Maxwell talked about the interactive qualitative research designs as it is here. Okay, it's a very good example, but I am giving you his example as well, because it is only after 2000s that we are working on these designs and trying to explore more in it. And probably one of you may contribute into it in one or the other way. That's why we are discussing all this. So if we look at the goals, I mean, the link between the goals and methods is weak, while the goals and conceptual framework is very, very strong. Okay, this conceptual framework and validity is weak, but the goals, conceptual framework, and research questions are very strongly connected. Okay, similarly, research questions are very strongly connected with the validity and methods. Okay, so what does it mean? That probably the focus, we generally put focus more on like methods. We focus more on validity. Okay, and forget that research question is very, very important, which determines our goals, which determines our conceptual framework and methods and the validation as well. So slowly we are learning and moving forward in developing the research methodologies. Thank you very much. Any questions you have? I thought let me keep it brief because there will be many more questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a wonderful session. We have some question, ma'am, from participant side. First question, ma'am, one question is how to analyze reflective.
Yes. First, tell me, was it clear? Just make me clear that was it audible? Was there no break of voice?
Yes, ma'am. It was perfectly audible.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Now ask questions. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. There is a question about, ma'am, how to analyze reflective writing.
Yeah. Sorry.
Ma'am,
What
how
is the
to
question?
analyze
It was
reflect?
not very clear.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, now you are audible.
Yes, ma'am.
But the question was just reflective writing I could hear. What is the question?
Yes. Ma'am, just I am repeating. Explain how to analyze reflective writing.
Okay. Uh, first of all, we need to understand what is reflective writing. Okay. So it is more of a kind of that when I am writing something, am I writing using only the data that I have and explaining that only, or I am going for the alternative explanations as well. If the writing which is available to me is more of having those explanations, right? Then I need to review it from my own understanding and my own biases. Okay, it cannot be like simply like that. Whatever is available with me is being interpreted by me, right? Am I okay?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am.
The question was okay.
Yes, ma'am. There is no other question.
There is one question.
What?
What is pragmatic realism?
Yeah.
What is
Sorry?
pragmatic realism? What is pragmatic?
Your voice is big.
Ma'am, audible, ma'am? Yes.
Yeah, but question
Yes.
is not clear. It's breaking.
Okay.
Something
Ma'am,
pragmatic.
Yes. Dr. Abhishek is asking, what is pragmatic realism?
Okay.
Yes.
What is realism, Abhishek, if I asked you?
Ma'am, there is another Abhishek, I think. Popular.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
I thought that Abhishek Sharma is asking. Okay.
Yes.
So realism, first we need to understand what is realism. Actually, there is one scientist, Astra Rao, who talked about realism. Realism means that the world in which we are living, we believe in whatever is available to us is the real. We do not go beyond that. Okay, and try to understand the reality uh, with that in mind. Like I try to know, for example, I am trying to understand Saurabh, who is the co-host. Okay, and I am trying to know that how, as co-host, he is like contributing. Okay, for example, that is the research question on my mind. As a if I'm a critical realist, I would go and try to see that what are the conditions there and why not he will be or he is able to contribute. Okay, I mean it's all hypothetical and I'm just imagining that how one can uh, go when the person is pragmatic realist. Okay, but supposing nowadays COVID is there, I am not able to go and observe. Okay, so then probably what I will try to do is that I will try to mix it with 2 or 3 methods. Okay, I might ask Saurabh to write down that what difficulties he faced when he was co-hosting, what was happening, etc., etc. Okay, how was his room? Was the sitting comfortable, etc., etc. All those questions will be raised and will be answered. Okay, in narrative. I can also interview Saurabh. Okay, only thing is I will not be able to go. But the point is, I am trying to know the real picture. I am not trying to go beyond that ideal kind of situation that, okay, a co-host should be A, B, C, and I should ask only those questions which will explain whether this co-host is fitting into that or not. Is that right? If I'm
Yes.
trying to fit that, it means that I'm becoming positivist. If I'm just trying to explain what is the situation, I am becoming constructivist, probably interpretivist. But if I am trying to know the reality, that what is there around, which could be positive, negative, I am trying to be realist. And I am becoming pragmatic because I am not questioning that why it was like this. Okay, I will become critical from the pragmatic when I will start questioning it. Right? Am I clear?
Yes, yes, ma'am. You are audible.
People who are asking questions,
Yes.
am I clear? My answer was clear. Could it explain?
I think, ma'am, I think it is clear because nobody is writing in chat box.
Okay, even if you are not clear, please don't worry. Read about it. It's not it. You can only, when you will read, you will be able to relate. Okay. I learned from doctors that when they see a case, they start feeling that they might be having the same disease. It happens when we read these kinds of philosophies, we start thinking like that. Okay, so you will be able to internalize and relate with all these concepts more, or the philosophies more. Okay, and may not like them because you are not able to relate with them, and that defines what you are. Okay? But there is nothing right or wrong. As a researcher, we are neutral.
Yes, ma'am. There is a next question from Sikata Nanda. In qualitative research, can all methods be combined?
Methods of data collection? Yes, if we need, we can use different methods of data collection, like focus group discussion. We can use kind of in-depth interviews. We can also go for observations, combine the 3 methods. Yes, we can easily.
Yes, ma'am. There is another question from Dr. Nidhi. If phenomenology study gives rise to a
And
new...
it is iterative. I am again explaining, sort of, just 1 minute.
Yes,
And
yes.
it is very, very different from quantitative, where you will be going once to the study participant. But here you can go back to the same participant, you can go to the other participant, can ask the same question, and can go to one participant time and again. And once you have collected data, it does not mean that it has been completed. There might be some gaps in the data, and you can go back to the person, can ask them again. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so
So
much.
it's an iterative process. Analyze, go back, analyze, go back, if you
Yes.
want to. Yes, please tell me. Next question, sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Nidhi is asking, if phenomenology study gives rise to a new theory, will it become a grounded theory approach?
No, not at all. Not at all. Grounded theory is from the ground, that we are going to the people and trying to understand. Phenomenology could be even document based. Okay, which means that that you can read some documents and can try to learn about the phenomenon that was happening in the past and how it can be interpreted in the present.
ma'am. Okay, ma'am. As the ma'am, there is another question also. As the essence of most of the qualitative methods is theory generation.
Yes and no, because at least for hypothesis, I can say strongly that qualitative research is very, very important. Qualitative research is important for developing the quantitative questionnaire. Qualitative research is very, very important to generate hypothesis, because grounded theory really helps in generating hypothesis. Uh, um, Qualitative research is very good for explaining the situations and actually planning if we want to change the behaviors, because I am from health promotion, so I'm more action oriented and more towards changing behavior, so I relate there more.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Any other question?
Ma'am, it's 12:30, so this is time for the next session. Can we take another one question, ma'am?
Sure.
Ma'am, there is Dr.
Yeah,
Shruti
sure.
Vakish, who is asking for, ma'am, if trying to study acceptability
Yes,
and
please.
feasibility of certain product in a population, will it be
Not able to
interpreted?
hear. Not.
Sorry, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Sorry. Yes, now you are.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Shruti is asking, ma'am, if trying to study acceptability and feasibility of a certain product in a population, will it be a interpretivist?
Trying to study what?
Ma'am,
A product
acceptability and feasibility.
acceptable to people, like it's a kind of market research.
Yes, ma'am. In certain product in
Feasibility.
population.
Feasibility.
Yes, ma'am. Acceptability and feasibility.
Acceptability and feasibility.
Author. Yes.
Um, if we are looking for feasibility, yes, I think so. It can be.
Okay.
Because how people interpret, how people actually look at the product, that explanation will explain the feasibility as well as acceptability. We can. It could be. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, there's one more question from Sinjita Datta. In a mixed method study, which should be done first, quantitative or qualitative research?
Yeah, mixed method can we do later, because it's a big question. I need
Yes.
to answer
So we
comfortably.
can take this
and
question
It is
later,
not
ma'am.
as simple as you have asked. Okay.
Yes.
Which should be, again, there are designs in mixed method. Mixed method does not mean that you put two together. That is what I am trying to say. Okay. I'm really sorry. I would have answered it, but it will take longer. Okay.
Yes.
And I would like to move on, because the other person is waiting for his session. If we will have time in the evening, I will certainly answer this question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, we have a discussion session from 4 to 5 p.m. There we can answer each and every
Keep
question.
this.
Yes,
Please
yes,
park
ma'am.
this question there.
Yes.
Park this question there. I will talk about it in that session. Right? Very good.
Okay.
Thank you
Sure,
for
ma'am.
suggesting it. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Abhishek Sharma? Am I audible, Dr. Abhishek Sharma?
He is there.
Yes, ma'am.
He is there.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. But I think
Uh,
Dr. Abhishek, please unmute yourself.
Let me. Dr. Abhishek, unmute. I am talking to him on phone.
Saurabh?
Yes, you are audible.
Am I audible, Saurabh?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, fine. Because I was connecting my headphones, I'll do this without the headphones.
Okay.
So my voice is clear.
Yes.
So I'm going to share my screen. Just let me know when it is visible to you.
Yeah, definitely.
Is it visible?
No, Dr. Abhishek, not yet.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Now
Yes, yes. Now we can see your slides.
it is visible.
Yes. No. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Now we can see your slides.
Okay, fine. So should I go ahead?
Yeah, please.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So good afternoon to you all. Myself, Dr. Abhishek Sharma, and I will be discussing about the sampling techniques we use in qualitative methods. I think you already have an idea about the qualitative research as discussed by Dr. Mandeep Kaur. So the next step which follows is collecting qualitative data. So for that we need respondents, or you can call them participants, or we call sample populations. So the question arises is how to get them. For that we have sampling methods. So why do we need sample? Because it is not possible to study the whole.
Dr. Abhishek, you are not audible.
Qualitative data. That is why we need to select a sample population from the bigger population. So sample is actually selecting units of analysis, which can be a people, which can be group, which can be organization, institutes, which is based on specific purpose associated with our research questions. So this sample we need to select. These should be able to answer our research questions, which was discussed already by Dr. Manmeet Kaur, because research questions are the important part of qualitative data. For example, ma'am was talking about the farmer unrest. So if we want to know about the perception of the farmers regarding the new food laws, we need to talk to them. So for talking to them, we cannot talk to the 2 lakh people or 1 lakh people who are gathered there. We will select some people like the presidents, vice presidents of the associations, or some common people. So while selecting them or choosing them, that is known as the sampling. So it is systematic process by which we choose subsets of total population. And in qualitative research, sampling choices enable us to understand the phenomena we are studying. And it should represent all the facets of problem or concepts as possible. This is basically a non-probability sampling. We use non-probability sampling in qualitative methods. These research objectives, characteristics of our study, they determine the size and how many number of people we want to talk to, or what is the sample size we want to include our study. So basically research objectives are the main part. They play the main role in this. So you can see the diagram, there's a population, then there's a sample population. The sample population is smaller than the population, but we have gone through the selection process. So I'll be talking about this selection process, why we use a particular selection process in qualitative methods. So first of all, I think I'll talk about the sample size. It is generally small in qualitative methods, and it is based on the data needs, like what is your research question, what do you want to collect data on. It all depends upon the research objectives, and the sample size is flexible in these qualitative researches. It's not like in the quantitative researches you have a particular number of sample size and then you stop. In qualitative research you can like increase your number or decrease your number while conducting the study. It depends upon the saturation point. Now with the saturation point I mean the point at which you know no information is, you are obtaining no new information, and you have achieved redundancy, like you are collecting more interviews but the same, you are getting the same answers. Then you think the saturation has been reached and you stop. And if the saturation has not been reached, you will go ahead, like you will add more sample size to your previous sample size. So that is why the sample size is very flexible in qualitative study. We need to reach the saturation point there can be multiple interviews, there can be focus group discussions, or qualitative data can also include a single case study, which Dr. Manmeet was talking about. A case study can be an individual, it can be a whole institution, organization, city, a whole nation. For example, we need to study about the work culture of Infosys or whatever, like any other company. So our case study will be Infosys. So we'll study about the work culture of the Infosys. So that is a single case study. This can be individual, organization, or community. So this was about the sample size of the population in qualitative data. So how do we select sample? As I already told you, it is non-probability sampling technique. It refers to techniques where the person's likelihood of being selected for membership is unknown. It is not like the probability sampling, where there is a probability of each individual to be selected in the sample size. So here you don't know the probability of anyone. And in these types of research, we basically develop an initial understanding of under-researched population. And it is generally divided into two, like structured sampling, unstructured sampling. We call it
Dr.
structured sampling because, is there any problem?
Yes, yes, Dr. Abhishek, sorry for the interruption.
Okay,
Your slide is not changing actually.
not changing.
Yes, yes, yes. Are you explaining the same slide or
Yeah, I am explaining this one. This is sample selection.
yes, yes, sampling. That, okay, okay. That's good.
Sample selection.
Yes,
I am on
we are
sample
the
selection.
same.
Okay, okay. So
No, no,
you are
no. Please
explaining
move
the
on.
same slide.
Excuse what?
You are explaining the same slide. That is
Your
sampling.
Yeah,
That is
slides are
sample
not
sampling.
moving.
selection.
Okay, okay. Sample selection.
Yeah,
But we are seeing your sampling title is sampling, which we are
just a
seeing.
minute.
Yes,
Just a
yes,
minute.
yes.
Now,
No.
अभिषेक मुझे ये बताओ कि आपका which is your slide number? On our screen we are seeing slide number 2.
slide number 2.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
No.
Again slide number
Yes.
2.
just give
It
me
has
2
not
minutes. I
changed.
think there's a problem. Now is it visible? The third slide.
I
No.
think there is some problem from your side, Dr. Abhishek.
I think I'll reshare it again. Just
Yes, yes.
give me a minute. Give me a
Yeah.
minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine.
Slide number.
Now the second slide is visible. The diagram.
That is sample population.
Yeah, the diagram is
Yes, it is
visible.
visible.
Okay,
Yes.
fine.
Yes.
So earlier there was no diagram. Okay.
No, no, no.
Okay, so I'll start with this.
Okay, sure.
So this gives an idea about the selection process. Like we can see a population where is a large number of people, then we can see a sample population. So today I will be talking about the selection procedure. You can see an arrow. We have selected like 6 number of people from the entire population. So this is how the sampling works. As I already talked about this, I think the sample size is generally small and it is based on the data needs, and we need to reach the saturation point. It means the point at which we know that no information is being obtained, we are receiving the same information from others. So that is the point where we stop including the data. Or I told you the sample size is flexible. That is why the sample size is flexible. We can increase it if we haven't reached the saturation, and we can decrease it if the saturation has been achieved. And this can be like, the size can be multiple interviews, focus group discussions, multiple or a single case study, as I already told you about the institute, country, or whatever organization. So this is sample selection. So basically we use non-probability sampling technique in this, where the chance of individual being selected for membership is not known to us. And in the qualitative research, the aim is basically to develop an initial understanding of the under-researched population. So we can divide these sampling methods into two, like structured and unstructured. We call these structured because there is some structure for purposive snowball and quota sampling, while for the convenience sampling, we don't use as such as any type of a structure. So I'll be discussing both these types. So first, as the name suggests, purposive sampling. It is basically one of the most common use sampling techniques in the
Dr.
qualitative
Abhishek,
research. Yes?
sorry for the interruption again.
Mhm.
Your slide is static. No, slides are not changing actually.
Not changing.
Yes. Yeah.
Can I mail you? You can like put it up,
Yes.
then
सर
I
आपको
can
सिंगल
replace.
आपको सिंगल सिंगल चेंज करना पड़ेगा वन बाय वन एंड काइंडली सर जूम कर दीजिए आपके स्लाइड ना आप हाँ ऐसे
ओके,
चेंज हो रहा
ठीक है,
है
ठीक है, ठीक है। अब
ठीक
चेंज
है
हो रहा है?
हाँ जी
हाँ
चेंज
हाँ
हो रहा
चेंज हो रहा
है
है।
बट सर अपना
ठीक है,
अपने
ठीक है, फाइन।
स्लाइड चेंज कर दीजिए वो जूम कर दीजिए प्लीज
ओके, फाइन।
स्लाइड जूम कर दीजिए हाँ नाउ नाउ हाँ ओके ओके
नाउ फाइन?
फाइन सर
ओके। सो अब है like I am talking about the
सॉरी
purposive sampling.
अभिषेक
Yes, ma'am.
स्लाइड शो पे चले जाओ आप जो है ना आपका पूरा वो चलता जा रहा है स्लाइड शो पे जाओ
हाँ।
आप
Now
स्लाइड
it is
शो पे
changing.
हाँ वेरी गुड दिस
Now
इज
it
व्हाट
is
आई एम
changing,
सेइंग
ma'am. Okay. Am I able to change the slides?
नो नो
That is what the problem I am facing, ma'am.
सर आप ऐसे ही कर लो वन बाय वन चेंज कर
Abhishek,
लेना ऐसे चेंज
just
हो
do
जाएगा
one thing.
नो वरी
Abhishek, just follow the following steps. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Whenever you are trying to share your entire screen. Not just the presentation, share your entire screen.
Okay,
Then you
ma'am.
will be able
स्टॉप
to do
शेयरिंग
it.
सर फर्स्ट
Hmm. Saurabh, now
नाउ सर नाउ मूविंग सर थैंक यू
it is moving.
यस सर
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
fine, fine.
थैंक यू सर
Sorry for the delay. I'm really sorry for it. I think there was some technical. So I was talking about the purposive sampling. So purposive sampling is one of the most common sample strategies used by the qualitative analyst. In this, the researcher selects a sample which is based on the knowledge about the study. The sample, like the population you are selecting, they should have a knowledge about the study, research question. The party sample, I'll give you an example about the, if you want to conduct a study on health, stigma or discrimination during the COVID, I think you will only select doctors, nurses, or the staff which is working in the hospital. So there is a purpose, and for that you are purposely selecting a healthcare staff. So this is also called the deliberate sampling, and participants are enrolled according to a pre-selected criteria which should be relevant to the particular research question. Now, this is the most important part of purposive sampling or any type of sampling. It should be relevant to a particular research questions. The people should have knowledge about the topic you are going to talk. And in these, the sample sizes are often determined on the basis of theoretical saturation, as I already told you. The point in the data collection, when the no new data is being coming, you will stop taking the data. Saurav, is it moving to the next slide?
Yes, Dr. Abhishek, please
So
go ahead.
there are like generally four kind of purposive samplings. One is critical case sampling, like collecting cases that are likely to give you the most information. Then there is extreme case sampling, where you collect data from two extreme cases. This can help you in the public health. Then there is homogeneous sampling, where you collect a specific set of participants, maybe age group, you may take a area, you may take a location, you may take a gender. And then the fourth is maximum variation sampling, where you collect a wide range of participants with different viewpoints. And I think this can uncover many common themes when we are in the field. So these are basically four types of. So this is an example of a proposed sampling. You can see the population. Then I have only selected like 6 people from the population diagram, and those are also like marked in the population. So for example, you want to know about the stigma and discrimination faced by recovered COVID-19 patients in your area. So for that, you will only select the people who have recovered from COVID-19 and not the common people. So you have a purpose behind your study. So in order to gather the information, you will select recovered patients. So this is one of the examples of purposive sampling. The next is snowball sampling. As the name suggests, snowball. So I think it is like a snowball which rolls down the mountain and becomes larger by like gathering more snow. So it, as the name suggests, it is like referred to as a chain referral sampling, where one participant will refer you to the other and the other will refer you to the another. So the chain goes on. That is why the name is snowball sampling. And the participant or informants with whom you have made the earlier contact will use his social networks to give you more participants. Like these samples build and become larger as the study continues or as the study goes on, much like a snowball as it builds larger. And these can be often used in hidden population. For hidden, I can say the rare population. For example, you can use it in the tribal areas where you know the population is very limited and people like not accessible for the research with other sampling strategies. In addition to it, it is also used for potentially stigmatized population. For example, it can be used in HIV stigmatized population, where it is very difficult that people come forward and talk to you. You find it very difficult to like gather data. But if you like establish your rapport with one of the members, then he can like snowball you and he can like bring another participant to you. So third, qualitative research. For example, like you are searching a health status of homeless in your city. I have done 2018 health status of the homeless. So I think we use snowball sampling then at that time, since there is no list of the homeless people in the city or their location. So we used to go in the night and ask someone, "Ki, do you know the other one?" Then they used to suggest us, "Ki, the other person lives there, वो वहाँ रहता है, कुछ लोग यहाँ रहते हैं." Like it was a snowball. They used to take us to the other participants. So like this can be typically used in like this can be used in typical situations where you are. So I think this is also one of the important. The next is quota sampling. As the name suggests, it is like a quota. We will decide while designing the study who participants should be included in this. There should be certain characteristics to the sample population, which might be their age, gender, class, education, marital status, place of residence, and etc. So we choose this allows us to think that more experienced people would be included in the study. Using recruitment strategies appropriate to the location, culture, and study population, we can find people who can fit in these criteria unless we meet the prescribed quotas. And you might be like thinking ki this is almost similar to the purposive sampling, but the almost similar, but the main difference is that quota sampling is more specific, as I already told you, regarding the characteristics of the included people. So this is, as you can see in the diagram, I have a population with 50% male, 50% female. So the quota sample will include also 50% male and 50% female. For example, gender is a variable of interest in how people experience HIV. So a quota sample with one male and one female, I think that will give us a ratio, 1:1 gender ratio. And that will definitely be good for our study. It will keep the balance of HIV positive men and women in the study. Then at last, we come to the convenience sampling. Already, I think Dr. Manvi talked about convenience sampling. It is not only about the convenience, but it also includes that the people should have some knowledge about the research questions. So in this, we recruit participants from conveniently available pool of respondents. Like it may include some geographical location from an institute, from an organization, and it is also most commonly used sampling techniques as it is very economical and it saves you a lot of time. You don't need to draw anything like all the strategies. You can go in the field, and if you know that people have the knowledge about this topic, you can like the one who are willing or one who is conveniently available, that can be included in the study. But you need to like focus on the knowledge regarding the research questions. This method also is referred to as haphazard sampling, as in most. For example, we can talk about the journalists who need a quick bite whenever they are in the market. So it is like a convenient option for them. Whoever is there, they can talk to them. So it can be one example of a convenient sampling. And the biggest benefit it gives you a convenience. As I already told you, it is economical and time saving. So, for example, I'm researching on a mental support service in my department, like for in PGI. So, maybe my department is an organization. So, I want to know about the mental support service being provided to us there. So, what I will do is I'll talk to my fellows. So, first of all, who are available and who have a little knowledge about that. Whoever is available at the time with their convenience, I think I'll include them in the study. So even the diagram shows that all the people who are near to the man can be included in this study. So these were the basic like 4 techniques, sample types we use, and the difference is you can see in the table. Like purposive is when you see elements that meet specific criteria, when you have a purpose, when you know the people know about the research questions. Then you have snowball, where you rely on the one participants and then he gives you more participants, and it goes on like a chain of reaction. Then there is a quota sample type, where you pre-decide before designing the study that you have to include these people, these should be the characteristics of the people. And then there is convenience sampling, which like which you can gather data whatever cases happen to be convenient. So I only have these things. If I have missed anything, I think Dr. Manmeet can add to it. I think sure.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek.
Yeah.
The session is open for the discussion.
Any questions? Any questions? Let us first go for the questions.
Ma'am, why are the sample size so small in quantitative research?
Huh?
Dr. Abhishek, there is one question regarding sample size. Why are the sample sizes so small in qualitative research? And what is the ideal sample size for a qualitative project?
Should I answer if he is not around?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you can. I think.
Okay, in my presentation I explained that how for different designs we have different kind of different size of sample, right?
Yes.
Sorry, the idea is actually to study in depth. We are not looking at the numbers. As I told you what is inductive and deductive research. I mean, starting from the beginning, from the philosophy of the person or the researcher, and then everything is falling in place that, okay, I will be going for inductive logic, and then I will be probably more of critical realist, and being critical realist, I need to question myself, why do I need large sample size when the information that I required has been received from 3 participants or 5 participants or 10 participants? Why do I need to go for data collection from 100 participants in that case? Right? That is the first answer. Question yourself. Why do you need to do it? That will answer. Okay. Second is, you have the textual data. And this textual data, you are not going for the numbers. You are trying to find the meaning in that textual data. Okay. Can you analyze 100 meanings while most of the meanings you will find are the similar? So whenever there is saturation, we stop it there. But yes, before saturation, we don't stop. And as I mentioned, that over the years, we have learned that for the in-depth studies or for the qualitative studies, we need maximum 30. Okay. And why do we need maximum 30? You group, you look at the variables, as many variables you can have, and you will find that even if you do 2, you will not be able to go beyond 50 to 60. Right? Even if you want to see the gender variations, if you want to see the socioeconomic variations, and all those, if you are trying to compare the groups, I should say, the variation means that you are trying to see it in different groups. Then even within those groups, even if you are going for the saturation, you will not find more than 50 to 60. Okay. And after that, saturation will happen. So we have practiced it and learned it. So I have answered you in 3 ways. One, that why should we go for numbers when our research question has been answered with small number, right? The second is that the saturation happens, we have learned that saturation happens within that much of numbers, those many numbers. The third is, how would you analyze that large textual data? Okay, if you have 100 and you are not comparing them, then how would you analyze that? Okay, we have experimented with all these. Okay, I know one person who was working on the social causes of deaths, and we thought that we will be analyzing the narratives that we have received from them, the open-ended question that to reach to the conclusion on the cause of death. And we thought that let us look at it. And do you know that she had collected those 600? So we needed to actually look into the different groups, and 600 was like huge data. So it was of no use to us because the saturation was happening after every second, third case. So those were the repetitions there. But yes, we could compare like the gender, we could compare the socioeconomic status. But again, I mean, we found that we could have done it within 60 to 70 cases. We were not needing so many cases. And it would have been very good if we have followed the case study method for the social kind of causes of deaths. So that's my answer to your question. Is it okay? I'm not able to hear you.
Sorry. Now I am audible, ma'am?
Not able to hear.
Sorry.
Yes, now you are audible.
Yes. Ma'am, there is another question. Is there any relation?
Could I answer the question?
Yes, ma'am. You have.
Okay. Yes, ask.
Yes, ma'am. There is another question from Dr. Rana. Is there any relation between ethnography and grounded theory, ma'am?
Actually, there is no relationship between these. It's basically your research question. What is it that you are trying to know? In ethnography, we are trying to understand the culture, okay, in which people behave the way they behave, okay. Uh, but in grounded theory, we are going with quite an open mind and trying to get information using in-depth interview or focus group discussion. Observation may not be there. Okay, so the major difference between the two, if I look at the methods, is that in ethnography you need to have observation. Without observation you cannot draw conclusions. But in grounded theory, it's okay if even if we are just doing the in-depth interviews and focus group discussions, we don't need to have observations. uh, so these are two different, but yes, you can connect them. For example, for our spectral maternity care study, initially we thought we will use only grounded theory. But we realized that we are not able to capture that under which situations disrespect happen. So we have to observe that what is it that trigger that disrespect. Okay. So to understand that, we thought that let us now shift from only grounded theory to ethnography, which means that we left grounded theory, we used ethnography, in which we had more liberty to use the observation and also those in-depth interviews and focus group discussions to actually complete the picture. Okay. The point, Dr. Rana, is that we should be quite clear about research question, and we should uh, follow all the steps to answer those research question. Qualitative research gives us the liberty to change, okay, uh, the design, the method, uh, because it's iterative process. Okay, it is iterative. It is not a cross-sectional kind of study that we just cannot go and can collect data again. Okay, because it is so fixed, so structured. Here it is not structured, it is not fixed. The idea is that my research question should be very, very clear and should give me complete answer. For the complete answer, we shifted from grounded theory to ethnography. Could I make your could I satisfy your, I don't know.
Oh.
I mean, they
Yes,
are not the
ma'am, I
same.
think.
They are different.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I
Because
think.
then the analysis will be very, very different.
Yes, ma'am. I think you have explained very well, ma'am. Ma'am, there is a lot of questions regarding the sample size and sampling techniques. Can we take these question in discussion sessions?
Yes.
Because there is, I think, 7 to 8 questions, and there is similarity in some of the questions. So we can take in that discussion session, and we can go for a lunch break. After that,
Okay.
yes,
Yeah, you can combine those questions which are similar.
yes, yes,
You
yes,
can
yes, ma'am.
combine those questions which are similar. Okay. Okay. All right. All right.
Okay,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. टाइप करके
वीकेंड में कोई पढ़ाया भी नहीं उस हिसाब से।
क्या हुआ माइक्रोफोन को? मेरा माइक्रोफोन क्यों नहीं चल रहा?
हमारे लिए था ना यही स्टडी डिजाइन से फोकस डिस्कशन।
और क्या? ये स्टडी I can understand that it might have happened.
अब अभी कोई भी जीआर का या सर को पूछे ना, किसी को भी नहीं पता।
नहीं पता होगा।
बट अगर स्टडी डिजाइन बोलेंगे तो वो शुरू करेंगे फोकस ग्रुप डिस्कशन से।
हाँ, नहीं बोल पाते। पढ़ाता भी तो कोई नहीं है, इनको पढ़ाता कौन है? म्यूट तो खत्म हो जाता है, पर साथ में एक मैसेज आ रहा है, वी कांट डिटेक्ट ए माइक्रोफोन, मेक श्योर योर डिवाइस इज
मुझे लगता है मैम ये यहाँ पे ना, हेलो हाँ जी सौरभ, वो प्रॉब्लम क्या हुआ था? नहीं वो तो बीच में
Hello, is everybody there?
Ma'am, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, should we start?
Yes, ma'am. We can start.
Okay, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. But PPT is not showing. It's showing training day 1.
PPT is not visible. PPT is
Now
not
it's-
visible.
Now it's visible.
Still not visible.
Yes, ma'am. Now it's visible.
Hello,
Hello.
it's visible.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Am I
Okay, all
audible, ma'am?
right. Yes, you are audible. She is
Okay, okay.
audible. And tell me if everybody has come back.
Yes, ma'am. Right now, 47 participants has been logged in, ma'am.
Okay, probably we can wait for 2-3 minutes.
Yes, we can, ma'am. 2 minutes only.
2 minutes, okay. कह रहे हैं 2 मिनट वेट करो. People are joining in. हाँ, तब हुआ.
उसी टाइम पे लोगों को इंटर की थी, उनको लगा कि ये लाइट चल रही है और सुनने दे रही है.
Okay.
Saurabh, am I audible?
Yes, yes, Dr. Abhishek, you are audible.
Fine. Okay.
Okay.
हेलो.
Yes,
हेलो.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
हाँ, अभिषेक,
हाँ
अगर
जी मैम.
अगर जरूरत है तो आप वहां चले जाओ, क्योंकि आपकी थोड़ी वॉइस ब्रेक हो रही थी.
ठीक है मैम. अब तो मैम मैंने इंटरनेट चेंज कर लिया है वैसे. ये लोग कहाँ बैठे हैं? मैं वहीं.
मैंने कर दिया.
मन को हाँ यहाँ से कर दिया, ठीक है, लेकिन उनको नहीं सुन रहा.
वो बोल रहा हूँ.
एक्चुअली ना इसकी ये
Hello.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
I am starting then.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
ma'am.
You can now start.
Okay, so it is just an introduction to the qualitative data collection methods. As I mentioned that there is difference between methodology and methods, and now we are talking about methods, which means just data collection. But data collection is not only that you are going to feed into in people and putting it on the paper or recording it. Okay, data collection means many more things. So I will just talk about that. Am I audible?
Ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, yes. Now you
Yes.
are audible.
Okay. Okay. So I'm talking about the phases in data collection process, and it is both for qualitative and quantitative. For qualitative data collection, we have already discussed purposeful sampling strategies and small number of participants and sites. And you can see that the first phase is sampling, and Abhishek also introduced the sampling in data collection process. Sampling is the first step. And same holds true for quantitative data collection, and which which surely actually takes care of randomization and adequate size, especially trying to reduce sampling error and providing sufficient power to the study, right? But in qualitative, we can go for small numbers. And why can we go for small numbers? That we have already discussed. The second point, which is very, very important in data collection, is permissions. And these permissions we often forget. Permission does not mean permission only from the study participant, but permissions could be, we may need from many other people. Like if we are working on HIV/AIDS, probably we need to take permission from the state AIDS control societies wherever we are working. Okay, or maybe from the national bodies. If we are working in schools, then we need to take permission from the principals. We need to take permission like from the secretary education, etc., etc. So let us not forget about taking permissions, because these are very, very important and really help in data collection. So for qualitative data collection, we need to take permission from individuals providing access to sites and institutional review boards, as well as from individuals. And in quantitative, from individuals providing access to sites, institutional review boards, and individuals, which means it is the same for both quantitative and qualitative. So, and then the third piece is that what are the data sources? Okay. For quantitative data collection, we have some instruments, we have checklists, and we have public documents. And these public documents further need some kind of tools, but these are the data sources that from these we can collect data. Okay. And for qualitative data, we often go for open-ended interviews, especially when we are doing grounded theory or ethnography. We also can have open-ended observations. We also need to look into the documents, as we can do it in the quantitative. But in qualitative, we have many more, like diaries, like biographies, like audiovisual materials. We can actually look into all those materials. Those could be our data sources. Then how we record the data. So these could be interview protocols or observation protocols in qualitative research, but in quantitative, we have the like scoring sheets, etc., which are already reliable and validated. Okay. Then how to administer data collection? How can we administer the tools for data collection, I would say. And in qualitative data collection, we need to attend to the field issues, which we will be discussing tomorrow. Dr. Abhishek will take you through this, that how can we really ensure that wherever we are going, we can actually spend some time with the people to observe and to collect data which actually needs longer time. We also need to ensure the ethical issues both in the field and before starting, and it holds true for quantitative as well. Okay. For qualitative research, now somebody had asked me in between, and I thought, let me put this here, that how this qualitative research be useful for the quantitative research. And somebody asked that should qualitative be done first or quantitative be done first, right? To some extent, this slide will answer your question as well. Because we need to know that why are we doing the mixed method, and how the mixed method will help in answering the research questions or actually achieving the objectives. So qualitative research actually can be used to generate hypotheses to improve the quality of quantitative results. So you see, I mean, many a times we use qualitative for actually validating quantitative results, or actually or strengthen the quantitative results, or respond to some of the quantitative results. Like probably we know what of something, but to know why of the same thing, we need to go for the qualitative research. Strengthening, and that's why we will be then deciding whether to do quantitative first or qualitative first, because all of it depends upon your research questions. Okay. Then strengthening the design of survey questionnaires and expanding or clarifying quantitative evaluation findings, okay, which I have already clarified. So it plays an important role by providing information which is useful to understand the processes behind observed quantitative results and assess people's perception. But it does not mean that we always do quantitative first and qualitative later. So there are 4 types of mixed method research. One is the first, I mean, division we know. One is explanatory and another is exploratory. Broad kind of categories in research. Okay, the research could be explanatory, could be exploratory. So for the explanatory research, we can have both quantitative and qualitative. But if quantitative needs to explain qualitative or qualitative needs to explain quantitative, then it becomes sequential. But this sequence will depend upon your research question. Okay, so this design will be decided based on your specific research questions which you have put in for the research study that you are carrying out. Okay, the same holds true for exploratory studies, right? You can go in sequence, but you can do simultaneously. So simultaneous is concurrent. When you are going for the in sequence, one after the other, then it becomes sequential. But there is no condition as such that you can do quantitative first, qualitative. It is the need of the study. Keep in mind the need of the study, which means keep in mind the research questions. I hope I have answered the question as well. I mean, the question that was asked earlier, and I had parked for the discussion, but you can always raise it again. Please feel free. Any number of questions can be answered. So research needs to record and potentially useful data. It needs to be thorough. It needs to be accurate. It needs to be systematically recorded. We also need to use field notes. We can also use sketches. Many a times we can draw sketches when we are looking at something which is happening, or event which is happening. We can use audio tapes. Some photographs could be very, very useful. And there could be many other suitable means to collect data. And this holds true more for qualitative data collection. The data collection methods must observe the ethical principles of research, which means that if you are making a sketch of somebody, please do inform the person, take permission from the person, and or try to blur it when you are presenting it to somebody. And same holds true for your photographs. And let me tell you, ethical issues are more important in qualitative because we need to keep the data for 3 years. It is generally minimum 3 years we keep the data. Okay. And it sometimes become very difficult to keep the videographs, I mean, under the lock and key and to maintain the privacy and confidentiality. So it becomes an issue, and we need to be very, very careful when we are doing the videography and audiography. So what are the attributes of such data collection? I mean, how it is differentiated from the data collection of quantitative? What are the specific attributes, I would say? So one of the important things which all of you although know, I'm just repeating it, it is open-ended and have less structured protocol, which means the questions are quite open-ended, and whenever we want, we can add, refine, we can change, okay, which we have been discussing all through today. Then we can rely heavily on iterative process. This again, I think discussed a couple of times in my earlier 2 sessions, which means that respondents may be interviewed several times to follow up on a particular issue. Not necessarily that we have gone once and will be able to do it once. Earlier, people used to feel, oh, it's so difficult, but now people feel that it is so good that we can go back and can collect data again from the same person. It is also very useful in triangulation to increase the credibility of their findings. And triangulation means within the data as well as, I mean, within the same approach, which means within the qualitative approach, but also with the quantitative data. Generally, findings are not generalizable to any specific population. Rather, each case study produces a single piece of evidence that can be used to see general patterns among different studies on the same issue, which means the data that we actually collect is not applicable to the entire population. Okay, so that now I hope you understand that why sampling in qualitative is very, very different. We don't need to say that it is applicable to everyone. Okay, but it is a specific piece which explains that if people of the same type are there somewhere, they will be having the similar kind of characteristics. So or the similar kind of with similar kinds of characteristics will be having the similar kind of behaviors, maybe, but that's just a reflection. We cannot say that it is like generalized statement. Okay. But what actually is data collection? It is actually collecting the information, and this information, as I have mentioned, can be collected from many things. But it should be like based on the research questions which are answerable, which we can really answer. Okay, which can give us the answers that are relatable, which are useful. Okay. Data should be usable by the researcher who has collected or by any other researcher. It is very, very important. One thing that I don't want to forget to tell you is that in qualitative research, team is very important. I mean, if you are thinking of doing qualitative research alone will be problematic, because I might interpret my data differently because of my own biases, and the other person can interpret it differently because of his or her own biases. So it is better that 2 or 3 people review the data, try to work around that, and this generally we do. Okay. And try that, let different people interpret it, and then come up with the good kind of analysis. So whenever you are collecting the data, it should be understandable by you as well as other researchers. So it could be obtrusive and unobtrusive, which means that directly obtained information from those who are participating, like we can have interviews and focus groups, and we may not actually collecting data from the participants, which means that this could be document analysis, it could be Google Earth, or maybe observations, etc. from a distance. And the data sources for qualitative research are many. I would say many. Okay, participants, as we all of us know, environment we know, existing records could be used, news items can be used, diaries can be used, biographies, and many more. Okay, whatever you find, you can actually collect data from that source. But there are certain rules that we need to follow. Be sensitive to the burden on others, must pre-test, establish procedures and follow them, and maintain accurate records of definitions and coding. Okay. Also verify accuracy of coding and data input. That is very important. So all these rules need to be followed. Please don't forget these rules, otherwise you can be in trouble, more so in qualitative data, because generally we collect it like in a very different way from the quantitative data. Then there are different phases, though we have already discussed, but I will just repeat them: that sampling, permissions, data sources, data recording, data management, because there I have not discussed about data management. And believe me, I feel the weakest point in our research is data management. We do collect data, but we forget that how to manage this data. And this data management is very much related with the ethical issues, that where are we keeping data? Have we removed the identifiers? Most often we do not remove the identifiers, right? So make sure that you have removed all the possible identifiers immediately after correcting the data, once you are sure that you are not going back. Then gaining access, your ability to gain access will improve if you do your homework, act professionally, and give something back. What does it mean? Do your homework, that you know about where you are going and why are you going. That has already been decided. And why, which means that you know the purpose, you know the convenience, level of convenience, etc. And you are acting professionally because you have already done your homework and learnt about all the possible pitfalls. And giving back something, which means that after collecting data, you are going back to the participants and explaining them what has come out. Okay, what are your findings, and how are you using your findings? Though you tell them in the beginning, but any good researcher will go back and talk to the participants that what had been the findings. Okay, you might have realized that many times people ask, okay, when you have collected this data, आपने ये data collect कर लिया, अब आप हमें बताने आएंगे, will you come back and tell us that what has come out? So, and we say yes, but we never go back. But it is important to go back, especially when we have done qualitative research. Then what are the methods? There are about 15 methods of data collection, but we use only 3. Okay, 3 mainly, I would say. One is observation, in-depth interviews, focus group discussion. Okay, rest we rarely use, like Delphi we try to use, but we always distort it for various reasons. We have also used action research in our school, as I have already explained. We have also used historical data, okay, which means that we tried to understand. I can give you example of historical data. We try to understand, when we were doing respectful maternity care, we started with that, let us look in the history, that what had been the power relationship, because I am critical realist. So I try to know first that how in the history of medicine, the relationship between the service provider and user had been. For me, they are not the patients and the doctors, etc. For me, they are like the service providers and the service users, because service is there, somebody is providing and somebody is using it. So, I mean, this is how I perceived it, and try to look into the history, that how it has happened. And then further, I mean, another step that I took was that this history again is again depends upon the political economy of any society. So what had been the political economy and what had been the relationship between the service provider and user? So that became very interesting study before we started actually the data collection in the field. So we thought that we should have good lessons from that, and it really was interesting to do this exercise. It took us like 3 to 4 months, but it was really good. Action research, I have already given you example that we are working on hypertension, and we have actually had taken one community or adopted one community of, say, for example, 5,000 people, and we went to them, asked that whether they are interested in hypertension or diabetes and why hypertension, and we learned that what is it that they want, how should we, how can we improve the management of hypertension, which means that how can we increase the follow-ups and how can we increase the adherence to medication. So these were this is what we wanted to do in that community, and that was quite a participatory approach, and the action was taken by the people along with the researcher. So researcher again was too there in that population. Data recording and storage is very, very important because of the ethical issues as well, and I think I have discussed it. But I would say that decide that how would you record the data, especially for the qualitative data. We always prefer audio video, because when we are writing on paper, then it becomes a bit problematic, because when the person is speaking and putting it in flow sometimes become very difficult. You might have seen that qualitative researchers often learn what we call is shorthand. Okay, shorthand is very, very useful for qualitative researchers. Then we need to also look into the sequence and the content. Am I asking the right questions? There are no ambiguous terms that I'm using. I need to be sure of that. Permission content we have already talked. Once collected, where to store it is very, very important question that needs to be sorted before collecting the data. Is it ethical to store videos? And if we are storing videos, then how can we protect them, right? So till now we have learned that data deal with description. Data can be observed or self-reported, but not always precisely measured. Less structured, easier to develop, can provide rich data, detailed and widely applicable, is challenging to analyze, labor intensive to collect, and usually generates longer reports. Okay, it's not like small report. For in-depth interviews, although he is taking care of in-depth interviews and focus group discussion, I mean, Dr. Abhishek will take you through these two specific methods, but I'm just briefing you on in-depth interviews. So we use open-ended questions, which means the topic guide should have preferably absolutely open-ended questions with generic and probe. Very clearly defined probe and generic questions. Then we can use semi-structured sometimes, but mostly it should be open-ended for in-depth interviews. Seek understanding and interpretation, which means have as many probes as you want for understanding, and record responses. And this recording could be both audio, visual, or on paper. What skills should be there? Respectful and open-minded, flexible and responsive, lot of patience, a very good listener, attentive and observant, good communication skills, comfortable with emotion. Many times it becomes very difficult. Okay, able to build rapport quickly, and neutral, aware of body language. Okay, don't ignore body language is the key. What does it mean by a good listener? Attending fully, paraphrasing, reflecting back. These are the 3 steps that we need to take. Attending fully means that you can look at the person, give full attention, let the person feel that yes, you are listening. to paraphrase that, whatever you have listened, not everything, but most of the things you can paraphrase that. What do you mean? Do you mean like this? Am I able to understand what you are saying? So these are a couple of things that you can keep in mind that for paraphrasing. Is it okay if I can call what you are calling as good or bad? I mean, you have a couple of good words that you can use before paraphrasing. Then reflecting back, that what you have been able to understand, you tell, you give it to the person that whatever I have understood, is it right or wrong? So that there will be good reflection. Communicative setting in the in-depth interview should be like desk arrangement, chair placement, lighting, quiet and privacy, note taking, tape recording, dress and grooming. All these are very, very important. Generally, we ignore, and especially young people ignore dress and grooming when they are going to slums and they are going to villages. Okay, so be careful with that. Be careful that you are sitting in a comfortable position and the participant is also in a comfortable position, but be safe. I would say that. Okay. The verbal setting should be introductory remarks should be there. We can seek explanations. Must present yourself, and there should be good rapport building that we will discuss tomorrow. How to write in-depth interviews or guide questions. Ask open-ended questions is okay, but effective probing questions are very, very important. So ask respondents to think back. Okay, keep questions simple. Do not put why to most of the questions. Ask rarely, and be cautious about giving examples. Don't give too many examples for that. For when you are interviewing. Your questions must be ordered in a way that you are moving from the general to more specific questions. Start with the positive questions before negative, and unaided questions before aided questions. So this should be the sequence. What are the do's? Probe on the last remark made by the respondent. Probe on an idea expressed earlier in the interview. Use encouraging sounds. Introduce new topics as appropriate. If not, don't use. Know what it is you want to find out. Ask the right questions to get the information you need. Become very familiar with your interview guide so that you can move back and forth through it as needed. So don't just go with the new set of questions, because it will put you in trouble. If there is no flow, you won't get the in-depth kind of information. So offer reassurance that responses are confidential. Spend more time listening than talking. What you should not do. Don't interview in an environment where there are interruptions. Don't confuse putting a respondent at ease with bonding in a way that will potentially bias the interview. Don't put respondents' remarks into your own words. Don't spend interview time on irrelevant, unrelated topics. Don't jump from one subject to another. Don't use words or phrases the respondent won't understand. Don't ask leading questions. Don't introduce your own perspective. Don't interrupt respondents unless absolutely necessary. Don't assume that you share meanings about a particular word, phrase, or event. Don't assume you understand, rather ask the participant to explain in more details. Okay, it is very difficult when we are in an authoritative kind of situation, and that's why people who are authoritative in nature many times fail to connect with people and get this kind of rich data. Okay, so you need to practice. If you are not the type, then you need to develop the skills. That is the key. Getting and keeping the conversation flowing means that establish and maintain rapport, allow for long, seemingly rambling answers. Many times we feel quite bugged when we are listening to long answers. We feel that, no, it is wastage of time, but it is not. Let me tell you, it makes your data rich many a times, unless until it is going away from the focus. Allow for pauses and reflections. Stay on track. Don't be afraid of silences. People can go silent, may start crying. Don't be afraid of that. practice. Refrain from giving advice or making judgments. Refrain from inserting yourself. So thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Over to you.
Okay. Am I
Abhishek.
audible?
Yes,
Yes,
you
sir.
are audible,
And
doctor.
I am removing it.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
fine.
Thank you so much,
I am
ma'am.
stopping sharing.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome.
Are my slides visible?
Yes, yes.
Not
doctor.
yet. Yes.
Just a minute. Saurabh,
Yes, yes, Dr. Abhishek.
Yes.
are they moving? Like,
It's
just me.
visible.
Let me check. You know?
Yeah.
Let me check once.
Okay.
Are they moving?
Yes,
Changing? Okay,
they are. But
fine.
yes,
Uh-huh.
I think in YouTube it is not visible. Yes, now it is visible. I
Okay.
think there is a lag in live session. So yes, you can start from first slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
So whenever there's a problem, if it's not changing, just let me know. Okay, I can like stop there. Should I start, Saurabh?
Yes, Dr.
Saurabh?
Abhishek.
Okay,
Yes, yes,
fine.
Dr. Abhishek. You can start.
Fine. Okay. So good afternoon to you all and welcome back. I think Dr. Manmeet almost covered all the topics regarding qualitative data collection methods and gave you a very good picture about that, like how to conduct in-depth interviews, focus group discussions, what are the rules you have to follow. So I think I'll put some light on conducting focus group discussion and what are the differences between two kind of in-depth interviews like structured or unstructured. So my basic focus will be on conducting FGD. So common methods like for data collection, as already told, are like key informant interviews, participation observation, and focus group discussions. So I'll be focusing on the third point, that is focus group discussions. So basically, it is a method of data collection where a small group of participants are brought together to discuss an issue. It can range from any issue, like from the health sector to marketing, any. You can do a focus group discussion in any organization, any group, any population. For example, if you are seeing news channels, they are also conducting like group discussions in the evening, although most of them they become the argument section, but basically the motive is to conduct a focus group discussion. So the first question is why to conduct FGD? Like, why not we meet people, everyone, and why should we conduct an FGD? So we conduct FGD when we want to gain an in-depth understanding of the social issues. I'll give you an example, I think, in the earlier so that it could be easy for you to understand. Like, we are witnessing vaccine hesitancy regarding COVID in many districts, I think, all over the country in many different areas. People are not coming forward for the COVID vaccine. That is also a social issue and that is also a health issue for the country. So in these types of problems, I think if you conduct an focus group discussion with the people, with the village people or with the community, you can like know what are the problems, what is their perception regarding the vaccine, what is the knowledge they have regarding the vaccine, why they are not coming forward, so that you can design policies according to them so that vaccine hesitancy can be removed. So this is the way where we can use FGDs. It is getting information from the ground on the topic which is of concern, and it needs to be explored in order to provide solutions for the community problems. Basically in the health it can be used, and it is like understanding the perspective of the community members, how they see things, what are their problems, what are the issues they are facing, whom they are complaining about it, what have been done to them. So the response in the focus group are open ended, broad and qualitative. There is no like They are not given options about the responses when we ask them questions like this. There's no right or wrong in the focus group discussion. It is an open discussion. You can say anything uh, regarding the topic we are discussing, and no one is wrong in that focus group discussion. And it allows us or the researcher to gather more information in a shorter period of time, because like you can do a focus group with 10 or 12 people in 40 minutes or 45 minutes, but you cannot interview them in 45 minutes. You need like 40 minutes for a single person to interview. So that is, I think, the best part of focus group discussion is it it saves you time. It helps you save time and money, and it also like gives you a knowledge about the culture of the people, the society, and also it gives you the explanation for the behavior, particular behavior in the society. As I talked about the vaccine hesitancy, so we can know about the behavior why there is vaccine hesitancy. It's just an example. There can be many examples like this. Saurav, is it changing now?
Yes, Dr. Abhishek, it's changing.
Okay. So as I told you, it provides an in-depth understanding about the issue. So how do we do the FGD? Like how, what are the rules? I think Dr. Manmeet Kaur already discussed it, but I'll focus on some of the points. Like preferably we prefer like there should be 8 to 10 members, maybe 12 members, but I think maximum 14 members are enough. And those members who are willing to talk, you can only select those, because if you're selecting 10 people and only 4 or 5 are talking and rest are not talking, then there's no point in conducting an FGD, because you're not getting anything from the other members. It is a focus group discussion. It should be focused on a single issue, and the discussion should involve all members. So the most important point is you should make sure that everyone is willing to participate. There should be a moderator and a note taker. A moderator is the one who starts the conversation with the people, who asks them questions, and the note taker is the one who takes notes of the group discussion. You can do the audio recording, but still the note taker should take notes, because some things are that you can record in the audio, but some things always stuck you when you listen to them. So the note taking is very important, and audio recording is always done with the consent. You cannot do the audio recording without consent, because that is very unethical if you are like conducting an audio recording without their consent or without them knowing that you are recording them. Although video recording can be done, but it is not preferred. Audio recording is more preferred, because you don't want the video, or you don't need the video, because you don't need their names or anything. So audio recording is enough for that, but only with the consent. And the duration, it may vary from 45 minutes to 60, maybe from 40 minutes to 60 minutes. Like you have to talk around 1 hour with them, 40 minutes, because if you
Sir, we can start now.
Just a minute. मेरा सर वो है एक webinar चला है. I'm just presenting, so just give me 5 minutes. Can I start now?
Yes, sir. We can
Okay.
start.
Am I audible, Saurabh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we were at like selecting the participants for focus group discussion. So as I already told you, it should be able to represent the population, and it should be homogeneous with respect to the background, and make sure they participate equally and they are very group supportive. As I already told you, because during the FGD, you don't want there should be an argument or a situation like where you cannot control the FGD. So one of the major points you should keep in mind is that take people who are group supportive. And what are the practical considerations? Like the venue, the time should be convenient. It is not like that you are calling some community members. Like for example, you have to conduct an FGD for the labor. So I think that is very critical issue because they are the daily wages. They cannot waste a day's time for your focus group. So the time and venue should be convenient for them. This is just an example. Like this goes for all other participants. And the venue should be like they can reach. It should not be far from them. It's not like that you have kept a venue. People take 1 hour to reach there, or they have to spend money for the communication, or it should be convenient to them. It should be nearby place. Uh, Generally, like for example, we were doing a study in slum location in Haryana, so we used to choose the Anganwadi centers because they are inside the slum location and were very convenient for all the participants. As I already told you, people should be able to reach easily. There should be a sufficient space for sitting. I think during now, as the pandemic has been, this is one of the major points, because you have, if you are not conducting a virtual FGD, if you are conducting an FGD in the community, you have to make sure there is sufficient space and all the COVID protocols are followed. People are wearing masks. They are sitting like 2 meters away. That is, I think, important in these times. Also in the future, I think it should be a neutral location. It should be sufficiently lighted so that the note taker is easily able to take the notes, and the moderator is easily he can easily ask the questions. It should be sufficiently silent. That is one of the major issues we sometimes face in the field, because uh, I'll give you an example. I was working in a field, and like we were planning to conduct an FGD, but we were provided a space just near the bus stand. So it was very difficult for us to like record or like listen to the people because there was a lot of noise. So I think you should make sure that the place is silent. There is not too much traffic around or whatever other sounds. So about the sitting arrangement, as you can see in the picture, this is a sitting arrangement which was made earlier to the COVID when there was no pandemic. They are sitting together, although they are sitting on a floor, because it is not mandatory that you should have chair. You can also sit on the floor, because when you go to the rural areas for conducting discussions, every time you can't get chairs or facilities. So you can make people sit on the floors also. They should be in a semicircle so that every participant is like he is able to see the other participants, and the moderator and note taker should be able to note and differentiate who said what. Like whenever someone is saying in a discussion, the note taker should be able to note his name or number, whatever you have given him. So that is why the semicircular sitting is very important in this case. So tool for the data collection, I think as Dr. Manmeet Kaur already discussed with you how the data tool should be designed. It should be a flexible discussion guide. We often take flexible discussion guide in order to like include more of the knowledge, more of the explanation from the people. The questions should be open-ended questions like what are the, you can ask them in a conversational manner, just like you talk. Uh, it can be in a casual conversation, and there should be probe questions like, can you give an example to that? What did you, if what were you talking about? Is there anything you know more about that? So what is the role of facilitator or moderator, which I was earlier like saying facilitator and moderator are the same thing, because he's the one who is conducting the FGD. He's the one who should know about the FGD rules. He should be trained, well trained in conducting the FGDs. He should have the knowledge about the subject under investigation, because before starting FGD, you have to give an introduction about the subject you are investigating or about the topic you are going to have the focus group discussion. So the facilitator should be well versed with the knowledge, because before starting of the FGD, there can be questions from the participants. Why are you coming here? Why are you doing this? What is that? What is this? And what kind of discussion are you going? What will you do after that? How will it help us? So the knowledge regarding investigation is very important for the facilitator. And one of the most important part, I think it was also discussed earlier, you should be able to build a rapport. I think rapport establishment is the first point in qualitative data collection. The first point a qualitative data collector should learn is to establish a rapport with the participants or respondents, because then only it is possible for you to conduct group discussions or conduct anything like interview observation, if you have a good rapport with the sample population or participants or respondents. You can say anything. Facilitator should have a good communication skills, because especially in the country like India, you face many problems like if you are like talking in English, or you only know English and you don't know the regional languages Hindi, you can't conduct an FGD in the Hindi speaking region or a rural language region where you don't know the rural language or the local language. So the communication skills are utmost important after rapport establishment. Or you can only build a rapport if you have a good communication skills. I think these two are connected. If you can communicate to the head, to the leader of the group, to the community, you will be able to build a rapport and you will be able to conduct a good data collection. And you should not be a biased, you should not have a biased attitude about the participants. That is the most important. There should be no biases from the facilitator or the researcher. So strategies for facilitation. You can use probe questions while you are like, can you elaborate? I think I'm repeating this, like, can you elaborate on that issue? Give an example on that. आप इससे जैसे आप you can ask them कि आप इससे ज़्यादा कुछ बता सकते हैं, इसके बारे में आपको क्या पता है? You can add the questions at the point also, like at the point when you're conducting an FGD. That is why we keep open-ended questions. And you should react suitably and neutrally to comments. Like if someone said anything that you don't like personally, or you have a different opinion to that, you are not there to react or to overreact on that, because you are just a facilitator. You just ask them, you're note taker, or you're just recording there. You are not there to give your opinions, or that is why the reaction from the facilitator is also important. So always be neutral during the focus group discussion, because I'm really telling you, focus group discussion
Dr. Abhishek?
problem.
Yes, yes, you are not audible. Dr. Abhishek?
If you're well trained, what is the mood of the group? What is the culture? I think you should be well versed before before going into the field about the culture of the group, so that you can respect the culture. And the facilitator should encourage everyone's participation. If you feel that among 10 people only 6 are saying, 4 are not saying anything, then you are there, to like encourage them that they also should participate. This is only for like this group discussion will only be successful if everyone participates. Saurav, is it going?
It is what
Okay, fine.
you are audible and going fine.
Fine.
Yes.
So strategies for facilitation, I think guide away from the argument. That should be your rule. If there's an argument, you should like guide away them from the argument, because as I already told you, there can be people who have some personal issues. They can get into an argument. Your group discussion can go in vain. Avoid being placed in a role of an expert on an issue. Like if there's an argument, just stay neutral and guide away from the argument. Don't give your opinions in them. After asking all the questions, just conclude your remarks, thank them, summarize everything, whatever you have done, ask them for additional comments, because there are people who may want to say anything or suggestions, because these suggestions are very important. So at the end of every FGD, you can ask them for additional comments, or if they want to add anything, and then you can like thank them. So what is the role of recorder? He is primarily an observer. His main role is to take notes, and if the audio recording is like you have a consent for audio recording, he'll look after the audio recording. You can take pictures with consent only. The audio recorder or the note taker should also know what type of data he's expected to collect. He can also request participant to repeat the responses if it's not clear. Like sometimes participants are like not talking well or very quiet, so you can ask them to be more clear in their uh, response, and he can also prompt facilitator if any important point is omitted. Sometimes the facilitator, when doing the focus group, he can miss on a point or on a question. So this is the duty of note taker, like to note everything, that every question or every topic has been asked, and if there is anything left, he can ask the facilitator that you have not asked this, you can ask this one. May use audio recording for information. So what you do after post FGD? I think this was till you till you collect the data with FGD, and this is where Madam was asking, Dr. Manmeet Kaur was discussing about how you save your data, or how you have to, like after collecting all the data, how you have to manage data. So this is connected with that. So after the FGD, you run through the notes, take and correct. If any sentence is unclear, you can ask then and there, because once you go back to your organization center or wherever, you cannot like add anything. Any observation that may not be captured in audio recording or written notes, you can like add that. Go to your place, transfer the file from the recorder to computer, make a backup of the recording in a CD, because that is important, because sometimes computers or hard disk, they can go like wrong. So it is important you make a backup of recording in the CD. So this is with managing the data. If you have a different, like you have conducted like 10 to 15 FGDs, you make a proper folder, like putting every FGD in a different folder. You name them, name the place, keep the name of the place, FGD number, give them number, and manage your data. So what do we look for like FGD? We are looking for a variety of responses so that the maximum information can come out of the group discussion. So this is why we basically conduct group discussions. So now I think I'll move ahead for the in-depth interview. I have a brief, I think Dr. Manmeet Kaur already discussed about in-depth interview and types and how to conduct, what are the rules. I'll just give you a brief account of the in-depth interview. It is a purposeful interaction, conversation between two people. It is one-on-one basis, two individuals. One is the interviewer and the other is the respondent. Basically, the interviewer and the respondent. You are the interviewer, respondent is the one who is responding to your open-ended questions. So the purpose is mainly data collection and discussing in detail about the research topic. The data which you record, it can be his personal experience, his account, words, his opinions, his idea, his perception regarding regarding a topic. And I think you might have like seen many in-depth interviews, like because these news channels they go for many in-depth interviews. They may be open-ended or close-ended, but there are there are few channels who conduct one-on-one interviews. And I think I'll give you an example. If you have seen some YouTube channels under the name of Nilesh Mishra, he's a journalist and a writer. He conducts a program named Slow Interview. If you not watch it, you can watch it. It is the best, I think, example of in-depth interview. He conducts that interview for over an hour, like minimum of an hour, and like ask some open-ended questions. So these are few examples of. So now there are like two types of in-depth interview. Structured interviews. In these we go with like preconceived questions. We have a questionnaire in our hand. We ask them only particular questions which we have already written. There is a fixed order of the asking questions. Like if we have a first number of question, it will be asked first, then the second, then the third. We cannot change the order. That is why it is called a structured interview. And participants respond to these questions in the same order as you are asking them. These are framed to encourage the respondent to talk some length about the specific area of interest. We are like looking for a specific area of interest. That is why we are asking these questions. We call them close-ended questions because in some interviews you also give the choices. Marketing researchers interviews. I think more marketing researchers follow these structured interviews. Then we have the unstructured in-depth interviews. So these are sometimes also called the open-ended interviews or ethnographic interviews. Why ethnographic interviews? Because like you want to know everything about the topic, about the individual, about the research questions you have. You want to know everything. So it is an open-ended. You go, you ask, you have like some themes and some open-ended questions. You ask them, and then you ask them to narrate their experience or story. So either you can ask one question and he can like go on for half an hour, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, asking just giving that answer or adding any other information. There is no extensive list, like no predetermined or short questions. There is some broad questions you have made, and that is why it is called an open-ended. There is no predetermined set of specific questions. You can take the help of topics so that the data you collect is in regard to the research questions of your study. That is why you have to take help of the themes. Then there is semi-structured interviews. So if you combine structured and unstructured interviews, and you get the semi-structured interview. Researcher has a list of themes, some tentative questions which are written, maybe memorized, and additionally, you have the probe questions, like specific information. If he's talking about something and you think you missed anything, you can probe. Okay, why this? Why that? Probing further information on experience, and you have some control on over content and direction of the discussion in semi-structured interview. While in the unstructured interview, you don't have control over the discussion or direction of the. Although in all the three, your questions will be around your research questions of the study, but the conducting interviews is like different in all these three. I think I have this only, and if I missed anything, I think Dr. Manmeet can add.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek. Now we can take some questions.
Yes, just a minute. Let me
Okay.
return to the. Ma'am, you want to add anything to this? ये कैसे करूँगा? अच्छा, stop sharing. इसमें कैसे जाना है? Stop sharing. Saurav, we are waiting for someone. Or?
Dr. Abhishek,
Yes, yes.
can we start the question answer?
Okay.
Here, there is one question. Is there any difference between in-depth interview and key informant interview?
Just a minute.
Dr. Abhishek, is there any problem?
Just a minute.
Okay, no problem.
Key informative interviews are also like in-depth interviews.
Okay.
So
So
I
these
think
two are similar.
they are almost similar.
Okay. Okay. Then another question is like we do pilot testing in case of questionnaire in quantitative data. Is something similar done with interview guide? If yes, what is minimum sample size for the same?
I think you can do the pilot testing. It depends upon the sample size for like actual sample size you are including in your study. And for pilot study, a very small like sample can be included. For example, if you have to conduct like 15 to 20 interviews for your main research, then you can do like two to three pilot testing interviews. If I'm wrong, I think Dr. Manmeet can correct me or add to my.
No, that's fine. That's fine. You can actually do pilot testing. But in fact, pilot testing is needed to understand that the question that we are asking actually makes the same sense to the listener, and if not, then what words can be used. Okay, so
Yes,
it is something like that,
Okay.
and there is flow. So 2 to 3 is quite good, and that's it.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Abhishek. Ma'am.
Okay.
There is another question. Can you please explain Delphi method?
Which one?
Delphi method. Can you please explain Delphi method?
Delphi method.
Yes, I can explain.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. Actually, Delphi generally we use to define something and mostly used with the experts. So this method is like that you have a moderator and this moderator will actually move the questions among the either the experts or the people who know about the subject to reach at the consensus. Say, for example, I am the moderator and the question is, our research question is, what is social capital? Okay. Now I need to define it in the Indian context. What is social capital? Okay. So I will send it to one social scientist, one probably medical scientist or the health scientist, or whosoever. I mean, I might send it to different people at different levels so that I can have a complete picture. Okay. So these could be maximum 5 to 6 people. Now, what will they do? They will write to me, and if there is any contradiction, I will send that contradiction back to the person that there is this contradiction. Would you like to agree to the one who has raised this contradiction, or you want to stick to your own point? So through iterative process, like by going back and forth, we try to reach at the consensus. It's difficult, but it is doable. Some people are quite good at it and they do it. Okay. Delphi is not something that you can just send the questions to some people and they can do it. But yes, if you are doing it for more than one kind of concept or issue or event, then you can actually call people, which is a kind of Delphi, but not the real Delphi, because Delphi had been used in the defense. You see, when there was probably First or Second World War, and there they anonymously I mean, people were not knowing to each other, but they could explore the possibilities of events that might come in future. Here, the point is that we are trying to know something from the different people. And even if we keep them open and these different people know about each other, may not make much difference. And the similar technique is nominal technique, right? That is a kind of voting that you try to explore that. Say, for example, what is respectful care? Okay, so you will float this question to everyone and would ask that and will put 4 answers, okay, on a board, and 5th one any other. So people will come and will on a board, and 5th one any other. So people will come and will either agree or disagree, and this is easier than a kind of Delphi. Okay, so there are many variations within Delphi, and it depends what is your research question. Let me tell you that qualitative research calls for more input from the researcher, right? The researcher has to keep on thinking and evolving. Okay, cannot just relax. For me, I can say that qualitative research is not that easy. Many times we used to feel, oh, it's very easy, do some focus group discussions and we know everything. No, it's not like that. If we are really doing a good research, then we have to be very, very careful about whatever we are doing and very, very systematic in our approach. Take steps which are trying to answer your questions, leading to answers, if not answering. Yes. Any other question?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next question is, ma'am, FGD or IDI, which should be done first?
Sorry?
FGD, focus group discussion, or
IDI,
in-depth
which
interview?
what is the next?
Which should be
IDI
done
and
first?
An FGD.
Your voice is
FGD,
breaking. No, it's breaking. I could not follow the second word or the first
Am I
word, whatever.
audible, ma'am?
I could understand IDI. Yes, now you are audible.
Okay. FGD or IDI, which should be done first?
Again, I am not able to hear the first word.
FGD, focus group discussion, ma'am.
Okay, FGD and IDI, which should be
Yes,
done first?
Yes.
There is no right and wrong choice. You can do FGD before, you can do IDI before. It all depends upon your research question. How do you want to answer your research questions? For example, we were doing a study only recently and we had decided we will be doing FGDs only. Okay, but if supposing we are not able to have the people in the group, then we can decide on moving on to IDIs, which might be quite easy under the given circumstances. So don't worry about it. We did some focus group discussions, but then we thought that no, it's not saturating or ABC, and then we can actually go into IDIs. The same thing happened with the IDIs. And moreover, it depends what is from the bigger research question, what is it that you think should be asked in the group? For example, when I was doing my PhD, although I was not very clear about the qualitative research methods, but I thought that I need to know about the family planning methods. Okay. And I thought that I will be having focus group discussions with all the socioeconomic groups. Now, why focus group discussions and not IDIs? The idea was that when men and women will be together, I needed to know that how much open are they about family planning methods. Do people talk about it in the open? Are they able to talk with each other? All those things, and in which category they are able to do it more, right? And my learning was that in the lower socioeconomic group, interestingly, I mean, they were quite open, whether husbands were sitting there or not. Women and men were talking freely about the methods that are available in the market. Okay, whatever they know. I'm not saying that they were knowing more or less, but whatever they knew, they were able to talk. But in the middle class, when it was a joint group, they were not able to talk. So I had to have separate group discussions with men and separate group discussion with women. So it depends what is my research question. My research question was that to know how much open they are about the family planning methods. So it was to be held in a group discussion. So I was to go for FGD. But supposing my question is different or is mixed, right? Say, for example, I am thinking of asking about, okay, how much are they free? But at the same time, I want to know that which method each couple is using. Probably, I would prefer to go for IDI, or maybe first I will go for the FGD and then we'll go for IDI. I can do opposite as well. That let me know first, are they using or they are not using? Okay, if they are using, then I need to know more, and then I can go for focus group discussion, because there I can get answer to the other question as well.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, there is another question like, please let us know about the softwares like NVivo, MaxQDA, Anthropac. Would you like to answer?
Sorry?
Ma'am, there is some question regarding softwares for qualitative data
Softwares,
analysis.
yes. There
Yes.
are 4 to 5 softwares. Those will be discussed tomorrow. You will be introduced to them by Dr. Venkat, and a couple of softwares we know, like NVivo, Atlas TI, DDoS,
R is also, ma'am,
MQ,
R.
DX. R can also help in qualitative analysis. Yes, there are many now available.
Ma'am, there is one another question similar to FGDA or IDI, which should be done first. There is a question regarding IDI and key informant interview. Which one should be done first?
I would not say that which should be done first. Again, it should be based on your research question. What is it that might lead to the other? If it is so, if it is not so, then pick up any. Preferably, if I am to do, I would go for I think KII first.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, similar to the previous question, ma'am, what should be the minimum sample size for pilot testing? Which you have already answered.
As we have mentioned, 2 to 3
Yes.
will be good enough.
Yes.
Yes, I have already answered.
Yes, ma'am. And there is another question regarding, ma'am, what is COMB method?
Sorry?
Combi,
One
ma'am.
question. COMB method. What is COMB method?
I don't know. What is combi?
Yes, ma'am. I
Method?
think it is
Ma'am, I
regarding
think
my
they are
model.
asking
Can you,
about combi method. They are asking about the public health combi model.
there is, that combi, you are talking about combi from the behavior change wheel, is it?
Yes, ma'am. I think so.
Yes, ma'am.
Combi from the behavior change wheel you are asking? Okay.
Yes,
So
I think,
combi
ma'am.
actually is the model. COMB actually is a model, and when we do qualitative research, we have started using it, and so that we can put our data in perspective, especially when we are trying to learn about the behavior. So what is COMB? What is the full form? It is basically the capacity, okay, the opportunity and the motive. And to understand that from where this capacity, this motivation and opportunity is coming. It is because of the social reflective reasons, or is it because I am like that only, right? So we try to understand so that we can actually work on those areas. Like if we need to build capacity, we can build the capacity. If we need to look for, if there is no opportunity to build capacity or do something which we are asking them to do for changing the behavior, then probably we need to work on the opportunity, and same way we need to think about the motivation. So briefly I am discussing it, but it is a big thing again, cannot be answered in 2 lines. But I think I have introduced the topic, and I could answer your question briefly. It is the manual you can read. Probably these are 70 to 80 pages, and all these are basically behavior change communication models.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for this session. Almost
But how to use it is again a different is quite I cannot explain it like this. Probably I need to put it in perspective. But Abhishek, probably you can give example from our study from AMR, that how have we used it?
Ma'am, combi model.
Model and qualitative research. Probably they are trying. Combi model, how have we used?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, first of all, I think
it was a thematic analysis, and you can continue.
Yeah, it was a thematic analysis, and after doing the thematic analysis, we described the behavioral determinants which were like because of which there was what do you say, that people were going for the antibiotics without prescription. So those behavior determinants were very specific, and they were like they were because of these behavioral determinants there was antimicrobial resistance. So we use these determinants through the thematic analysis, and we put them in the combi model. Just give me a minute, I think elaborate on that. I have a file with me.
No problem, Dr. Abhishek. I think we should wind up this session, because our next session regarding discussion all these things, queries and questions of the participants. So you can just elaborate
Okay.
this in that session.
Fine,
So
fine.
now we can go for a tea break. After that, we will come at 4 o'clock.
Okay, fine, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
हेलो, हाँ जी नेहा, हाँ बोलो, गुड आफ्टरनून। Okay, no issues, no issues. Yeah, yeah. When do you want to Can we start?
Yes, ma'am, we can start.
Can we start?
Yes,
ma'am.
yes, ma'am, we can start the discussion session. We have 10 to 11 questions.
Yes. Are there questions that people want me to answer or Abhishek to answer?
Yes, 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 ma'am. There is one question from Dr. Lavanya Rao. When can we say that saturation point has reached? Is there any criteria?
Yes. Actually, in qualitative research, data collection and a kind of analysis start with the data collection. Okay, like you are collecting in depth. You have interviewed one person and or three people today, and it is all in-depth interview. You have spent one hour with each of them, and after coming back home, either the same day or the next day early morning, you need to look at that uh, what is the difference between the three, okay, for each of the question. And you are finding that in all the three there is something new which is coming in, okay. But when you have interviewed the fourth person, you realize that almost all the questions are being answered similarly. So probably after fourth you will feel nothing new is coming. So that is the saturation point. Now the point is that how can you do it? We keep on comparing data. Okay, data means that we compare the questions with each other, that whether it is flowing or there are some gaps. We also compare with between people who have actually from whom we have collected the data. Okay, so we have to keep on comparing our data and keep on looking at that. Is it somewhere closing? Is it not giving us new information? If it is not giving us new information, it means that there is saturation. So the criteria is that you have to look at that no new information is coming.
Okay, great, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Can I ask next question?
Was it okay?
Yes, 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 ma'am.
Yes.
Absolutely fine. Next question is, ma'am, what are the merits and demerits of sampling methods? Is there any restriction of any of them? Like all
Merits and
sampling
demerits
methods,
of?
sampling method, different sampling methods of the qualitative rate.
I think I can answer this one.
Yes,
Saurabh?
yes, 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 Dr. Abhishek. Please.
So I think we discussed around four general methods for sampling. One was the purposive, snowball, convenience, and quota sampling.
Yes, yes.
So while talking about the purposive sampling, almost in all these methods, there are like some common advantages. One of which is like for purposive sampling, it is cost effective, it is time saving, and this is also like appropriate method when you have a limited number of people with primary data source or data knowledge. It it helps you in exploring the situations, and it is possible to achieve variation in the sample also under purposive sampling, and it is
Okay.
easy to get information from extremes of the study. Like within a sample you can like have information from the extremes of study. So these are the advantages, and if you look at the disadvantages, I think one of the basic disadvantage under this is like error of judgment by the researcher, because in the purposive sampling everything is vested in the researcher's judgment, like who to select, who not to select. So there can be error in the judgment of researcher which can be reflected in the data when you analyze it or when you like look at the data. So this is one of the basic disadvantage. Then there can be a level of bias, and same again level of bias, because it is always based on the judgment of the researcher. And it is like sometimes purposive sampling can be ineffective for a larger population. Right? Am I audible, Saurabh?
Yes, Dr. Abhishek,
Okay,
you are audible.
so it can be ineffective for a larger population. So these are some advantages and disadvantages of the purposive sampling. So when I come to snowball sampling, which is there is another question I think I can answer within this, ki whether the snowball or chain sampling are different. I think chain sampling and snowball sampling are a similar methods. Snowball sampling is also known as chain sampling, as I told you in the PPT, because the chain is formed when you get one response, then you get the other response. So I think this answers the next question which was there. So coming back to the advantages and disadvantages, another advantage of snowball, it is quick to find, like cost effective. You can like just through the respondent you can find another respondent. One of the best advantages which this method is having, ki when you go to the field, sometimes people are hesitant, people hesitate to talk to you sometimes. So if you get one respondent who is able to like talk to you or respond to your questions, then everything, like he will help you in getting other responses. So the relation he's having in the community matters a lot. Like if he's having a good repo, then there is chance that you'll get good number of like participants. So this resistance that can be removed in snowball sampling, because the referring point is your first or second respondent, whatever how the chain goes. And if you look at the disadvantages, I think if there is lack of cooperation from the first respondent, then it might be a difficult or it might be a problem for you to gather data, because snowball is all like it depends upon the cooperation from all the respondents. And bias is another issue, which I think bias we always face in almost all the qualitative methods. So similarly, we have convenient sampling. I think it is affordable, very affordable to gather data, because you don't have to like um, search for anything, or whoever like you feel convenient, or whoever has the knowledge of the study can like include it in your study. It is immediately available. Like collecting data can be done immediately. That is another advantage of it. And there are very limited rules on gathering the data under convenient sampling. So these are some of the advantages. If we look at the disadvantages of convenient sampling, I think one of the major disadvantages, the sample population you're taking, it can under or over representative of the study. Like your sample population can be underrepresentative or over representative, because you are not like looking at the purposely at the sample, you are just going conveniently. And one of the another disadvantages that there can be some inability to generalize, and there are some biases. If you look at the quota sampling, I think again the quota sampling is almost all these samplings are cost effective and time saving. Quota sampling is advantages because like you can have few members from a certain characteristics, like you can go for age, gender, location, and it is not dependent on the presence of a sampling frames. This is another advantage of the quota sampling. And if we look at the disadvantages, I think there is another great potential for researcher bias, and quality of work may suffer due to researcher incompetency or maybe lack of experience. So these are some of the merits and demerits of sampling. I think this will answer the question you were asking.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Abhishek.
Uh,
Related to the same question, what is consecutive sampling?
okay. So this
If
is
you
also another like non-probability sampling technique, where samples are picked at the ease of researcher, and it is basically related to the convenience sampling. The
Dr.
researcher will
Abhishek?
select a sample of group of people, conduct research over a period, collect results, and then moves to another sample. This is how the consecutive sample is done. Like we first we take one sample from a group of people, then we conduct research, we'll move on to the another sample of people. And this like this gives chance to work with multiple samples and fine tune the research work, or to I think collect more vital research insights.
Okay. Thank you. For key informants interview, it is snowball sampling technique always.
I think it's not necessary to take snowball sampling always. Snowball sampling is just one method for
Yeah.
the sample. For key, like for key
Who
informant,
are
you
key
can take.
informants? You need to think about it. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Continue,
Go ahead.
Abhishek. Sorry.
I
Yes,
was
I
saying
was
you
trying
can
to
use
say
any
that.
methods. Yes, ma'am. You go ahead.
Yeah, okay. The idea is, who are your key informants? Do you
Okay.
really need to go for snowball? Because you have already identified who will be your key informants. Say, for example, Sarpanch in a village, maybe the A&M in the village, maybe some very important woman, maybe the religious leader. So these are the key informants who know about the community, and you want to have information from them. So, I mean, he's very right when he's saying that not necessarily that you need to go for, not necessarily, rather it's not needed, because you know who are the key informants.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Then we don't need to go for snowball sampling.
Yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, there is another question regarding codes. Kindly explain the coding. Would you like to answer right now, ma'am? Or
Yeah. I can briefly answer, and then tomorrow it will be taken up more.
yes, yes, yes.
Codes are basically could be some words, important words. These could be some important phrases, and those become your codes. Okay, and then you can also have some sub codes, etc.
Okay.
I mean, codes are not the numbers. Codes are the words that have been used in the data, and some phrases that have been used. Those become your code, which are frequently used at times.
Yes, ma'am.
Repetitively used phrases mostly under a
Repetitive.
different thing.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. Ma'am, there is another question related to data saturation. How to ensure theoretical saturation and how to mention that objectively in reports.
The first question is, what is theoretical
to-
saturation?
Yes,
Right?
yes, yes, ma'am.
Have you covered theoretical sampling, Abhishek?
Ma'am, I think you
Have
already answered this question earlier when you were.
Earlier,
Ah,
then
yeah. Yeah, no, I'm trying to understand that. Is it different question or is it the same?
ma'am, I think
I
it's
think it is the same.
same.
similar.
But they are asking, ma'am, how to how to
Mention that.
give it in the report, like the procedure for writing in the report or something like that.
That we will be covering tomorrow. We will cover tomorrow. That we will discuss in details and how to cover it, and where to write it. Okay.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, okay.
Writing will be covered tomorrow positively. Yes.
Okay, no problem, ma'am. Ma'am, there is a question regarding the questions of the or topic guide of qualitative data collection. Example of positive and negative questions. Someone is asking.
Okay.
Yes.
So the negative question. One thing that we need to remember is, don't start the question with why. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
The probe questions also need to be like, what if we are not able to do this, etc., rather than why are you doing it, why don't you do this. Okay. I mean, probably we can ask quite politely that, what do you think if we are not able to do it, right? So that is one way of asking questions. That is what I would like to highlight. I'm sorry, I forgot the question. The specific
Ma'am,
question was on.
Example of positive and negative questions. That is the question,
Okay,
ma'am.
positive and okay. The positive and
Yes.
the negative question.
Yes.
The yeah. Uh, uh, don't I think we should avoid asking questions like um, uh, how come that you are not taking medicine regularly, right? Why are you not, or why are you not taking medicine regularly, or mm, uh, is it your habit to do mm, something, uh, whatever it is related to medicine or related to follow-up visits or etc etc. So we need to avoid uh, the negative connotation of the question and translate into positive, that may I know if there are specific reasons for not being able to approach the health system. Okay, so that is how we can convert negative into a little polite and uh, and understandable question. Uh, I think right now this is only coming to my mind. Abhishek, if you have any other example.
Ma'am, regarding negative questions.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, Dr. Abhishek.
Yeah, that
No negative question is coming to my mind. We have stopped using, so it's not coming to my mind.
yes, ma'am. We are not like we haven't used any negative questions
Ma'am, I
in our
think you
end.
have explained very well, I think, in that example.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
There is
Fine.
another question, I think, in similar pace. Example of aided and unaided question. Aided.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, it's yeah. Abhishek, you start.
I think, ma'am, in unaided or aided questions, as the name suggests, like for example, we are working on a vaccine hesitancy. I'm talking about vaccine hesitancy because we have been lately working about that. So, for example, we turn up with a question like, "Are you aware about the Covaxin or Covishield vaccine?" So, we are aiding them. So this may be categorized under the aided question.
Okay.
And if we are just asking about asking them that, do you know about any of the vaccines which are in the market? Do you have any idea about the vaccines? So these are unaided questions where you just like aid the respondent in your question. These are the aided questions. These are I think one of the common examples. The rest, I think, Dr.
Yeah.
Manmeet can add to it.
Yeah, that's a good example. But at the same time, supposing if you have asked them that, do you know about the, which vaccines are available in the market, kind of thing, and they are not able to answer probably, then you can go for the probe. That, do you know
Yes.
about the have you ever heard about COVID? Covishield. What is it? So you can go for the probing rather than the aiding. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. There is another question regarding data management. What does data management comprises of?
As the word suggests, management of the data. Like
Yes.
for example, in a single study you can conduct interviews, you can conduct FGDs, you can have your observation. So that is your data. So now the thing is, how do you manage them, or how do you categorize them? Suppose you have conducted for example, I'll uh, give an example about the study done in a healthcare setup. So for example, we interviewed doctors and nurses and pharmacists. We have done it recently in an AMR project, so that's why I'm talking about it. And we conducted some FGD in the common community. So for managing that data, like I made proper folders categorized everything under the headings. For doctors, there was a proper folder. For MOs, for nurses. So this is how you should manage your data. Because when you're working in a software, data management is very important.
So I think
I
you
think
have
Dr.
on.
Manmeet can add to it if there's anything.
No, just small thing that I have already mentioned, that while managing data also includes the ethical issues, that you need to remove all the identifiers.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I missed that.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So
Okay,
data
yes, ma'am.
management also include, yeah.
Ma'am, there is a question related to previous one. Is added same as leading question?
Yes, in a way, yes. Edit means leading question. Leading is little more like putting words into the mouth of the respondent, but at the same time, I mean, or the participant. But aiding is that it is not though not leading, but in a way is giving them the hint.
Okay.
Ma'am, I think aiding is related to the questionnaire, and I think leading will be related to their response. Because if we lead them, then even the response will be called as
that is
leaded.
also true. Yeah. True.
Okay. There is another question, ma'am. If we have any sexual questions in our study, do we have to create different groups of male and female while discussing during FGD?
It's very important, and as I mentioned, I gave you example of family planning methods way back in 80s. So the point is that when you are having that discussion, if, say for example, if you are carrying out, it depends that what is your, I mean, what kind of community you are in. Probably you should start with separate two groups, and once you have had experience and you feel no, probably some of the answers could be better in the common group. Then after asking from each of the group that will it be okay if we hold the group a group of both, which include both boys and girls or men and women, then probably will be a better strategy. That will be a better strategy. There is some disturbance actually.
Yes, ma'am. Within just 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Saurabh?
Okay. So
Yes,
the point is that you need, when you are talking about the sensitive issues like sexuality or anything like that, which you feel that culturally might be like not people are not very open, then you need to know from the community itself that how to go about it. Should we have the common group or should we have the separate group? So start with the separate groups and then can combine if you really need it. But after asking them that these are the questions, can I combine the groups, and then go ahead with another group meeting where you can have both, I mean, young adults, gender, with both the genders. Yeah, gender.
thank you, ma'am. There is another question regarding, ma'am, sample size of each of the sampling technique. Elaborate little bit if you could.
I think it purely
Actually, it
depends
has
upon
nothing to do.
It purely depends upon the research objectives you have.
Okay.
You may follow any method,
Okay.
and
Okay.
it
There is
will
no
depend upon the saturation of the data. I think these are the two major issues. I
criteria.
think Dr. Manmeet can add to it.
Yeah. First of all, I will correct you also, Dr. Abhishek, and there is a lot of confusion that whether we can use objectives in the qualitative studies or not. And I have already mentioned that these are the research questions. No, that's okay. That's fine. We are used to that kind of language, not a problem. I just try to correct because everybody is listening and should actually follow it. Why
Yes,
and
yes.
why not, I have explained. Now, what he has already mentioned is absolutely true, that your sampling size does not depend upon the sampling strategy, but it depends upon your research question and also on saturation. So please forget about that in different designs, we need to have a different kind of sample size. No, our sample size depends upon our research question, one, and our sample size also depend upon the saturation of information, right? So,
Okay.
and as I mentioned, it's iterative process. That is one thing which you need to remember. The second thing that you need to remember is that there is a lot of flexibility. You can move from one design to the other design. Like you can move from grounded theory to the ethnography, right? If need be.
Yes, ma'am. I think you have explained very well, ma'am. There is another question, ma'am. Is there any situation where random sampling can be used in qualitative research?
I mean, I
think
would ask you to think about that. Why do you need to have random and how can you
random.
have random? Because your question is very, very focused. Your research question is very, very focused. So you
Yes, yes,
need to answer that research question, and it is not objective. We are not looking to for answering or achieving the objective. So we certainly not need any random sample. Okay.
yes, ma'am.
But
Uh,
people do. I did random sampling because they feel probably random is very, very important. But we are not going to test any hypothesis.
yes.
Why do we need?
I did.
I mean, for all such questions, I would ask you the counter question. Why do you think we should have random sampling? Under which conditions do you think that we should have random sampling? Okay. So
Yes,
that
ma'am.
will answer your question itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Question yourself that why should there be random?
Okay. Ma'am, I think almost all questions have answered very well. Last question, ma'am, regarding combi model, which we were like discussing in previous session. Can you elaborate on this?
Okay. Anybody knows about combi model? Otherwise, I'm using a slide. Okay, slide or some
Okay.
diagram. If I'm able to find, give me a minute. Let me find out if I can have that diagram, and then I will explain it to you. What is combi? Because otherwise you will remain confused.
Yeah, sure, ma'am, sure.
Just 1 minute. Can I open this? Yeah, I can share it as I think a file, PDF file. Can I do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me try. I am doing it. Just 1 minute. I could find it in my on my desktop, so I'm coming to that. Let me go to the diagram itself. Okay, share. If it is there, behavior change wheel. This is the one, I think. Yes. Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it should be visible now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, you see,
Yes,
in the introduction itself, it is saying that there is nothing as practical as a good theory, right? So it is by Kurt Lewin, and this is a actually manual you can read. This is behavior change wheel. Okay, and I am going to show you what is, and it is a guide which is very well explained. You can follow it easily. But now I am going to the combi model, okay, which is troubling all of you, right? So this is the behavior change wheel, right? Okay. Your combi model is the green piece. Okay. Your combi model is the green piece. Can you see the diagram here? Is everybody able to see?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes.
Okay. So the COM-B has three components. One is capability, the other one is opportunity, and then is the motivation. So capability again has two aspects to it. One is the capability like physical, which could be like skills, and another capability could be psychological, that I am mentally prepared to do something. Okay, that is the capability. Then that, and it could be knowledge as well. So then the opportunity, do I have the opportunity, which means that do I have the social environment to do something, and do I have the physical environment to do something. Say for example, we ask people, why don't you take bath every day? Because they don't have water. And probably in their community, people, social opportunity could be like that, people don't allow them because the water scarcity had been there. Right.
Yes.
Similarly, motivation could be like, I am motivated to do ABC. I mean, I feel like, because I enjoy it. Okay, but it could be reflective also, that based on my need, I developed it, that I need to do ABC because it's part of my duty. So these are some of the areas of concern. Now, this can be used to understand the behaviors of people, that do they have the capacity or capability, do they have the opportunity, do they have the motivation. Okay, and the outer circles explain that from where these three things come. Okay, I'm not going to the outer circles, but I'm only focusing on the COM-B model, that you can understand the behavior. Do they have all these three things? If they have all the three things, then what? And can also be used for behavior change, uh, for the behavior change. And how can we use it? That, okay, what are the areas in capability which we need to actually work on? Is it the physical? Is it the psychological? And where are the gaps? How to fill those gaps? And same holds true for opportunity and motivation, right? And qualitative data actually helps us in understanding all these kind of psychological, physical, social, physical, automatic and reflective behaviors, right?
Yes,
Would I
ma'am.
explain it?
Yes, yes, yes. You are, ma'am.
If you can read this guide, okay,
Yes.
you see the inner circle is sources of behavior. I said that these are you can understand the behavior. The outer cycle, which is in red color, is actually intervention functions, where you can, how can you intervene. Okay, and the last is basically your policy categories. Okay, that you have the money, you have the regulations, legislations, etc., etc., and that's why you can do whatever possible actually to reach to the inner circle. Okay, you move from the inner circle to the outer circle to understand, you move from the outer circle to the inner circle to bring change.
Okay.
Right.
Right. Okay.
So this is a small guide, and you should, I think all of you can read it if you are working on behavior change.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, there is another question similar
If
to
you are
this.
health promotion person and working on this, you can, yeah, please.
Ma'am, few reading materials and good
Stop.
resources, if you can guide.
I gave you in the morning that there is one handbook of qualitative research, which we generally follow. It's probably Sage publication. Then there is Creswell, who has worked a lot and has chapters as in some books, and as well as has some papers. Then I said that there is very small book on like 100 questions on um, qualitative research. In qualitative research, small, just one page answers. These are for the beginners. Okay, also can use for different terms and concepts, you can use the encyclopedia, and there is one very good encyclopedia, if I can show you, I have that on qualitative research. Abhishek, do you remember that?
Ma'am,
Yes, I have.
you have, ma'am. I think there's in the.
I cannot show you, but once you are quite familiar with qualitative research, I mean, if you enjoy qualitative research, then there is the Sage Encyclopedia of Qualitative Research. Okay, it has 2 volumes. It is available free online, and whatever the question you have, you can actually get answers. I got a copy of it. All right.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Anything specific? And this guide is also important if you are working on behavior change kind of interventions. Okay.
Ma'am, there's a book by David Silverman. I think that is good for the beginners.
Yeah, Silverman is also good. Yeah.
Doing
True,
qualitative
true,
research,
true.
David Silverman. It's
Good
also
point.
Sage publication.
Yeah. Yeah. Mostly it is Sage publication. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other thing?
No, ma'am. I think there is no other questions from participant side, and now we can close our today
Okay. I would like to
session.
have feedback.
Yes,
I
yes,
would
ma'am. I
like to
have
have
already.
feedback from the participants how much useful it was and what they feel should be added to this.
Yes, ma'am. We have already sent this message to all participants, ma'am, and we have also received some very good comments for the previous session.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So
Right.
thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Abhishek.
Okay, thank you so much.
Such a wonderful
Thank
session.
you. Thank you all the participants.
And
Thank you all the participants and hope to see you tomorrow again.
yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
So
Can
we
we
can
close
leave
the?
now. Yeah, I think we can close and
Yeah.
we should allow them to leave now.
Yes, 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 ma'am. Sure.